item for all Salone people and them party them. Sierra Leone Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like Salon discussion, meets the ministers, the President's Hour and the Gladi program, Look Me, I Look You. All this they start soon na www.sierragemedia.org. Now who's tem these?
Hill Valley Academy is a school that provides the very best opportunities for our students to develop, grow and mature into young adults who are encouraged to become patriots as well as global citizens. We have high expectations and ambitions for all our students. We provide a caring, supportive, tolerant and challenging environment in which all individuals can grow and flourish. A graduate of Hill Valley Academy is a well-rounded human being capable of making the most of what life has to offer. We actively encourage academic excellence with a sense of responsibility. We look forward to welcoming you to our school and to meeting you in the not too distant future, because together we achieve the extraordinary.
Hello, my name is Josephine Kamara. I'm the founder of You Can Do It Foundation. You Can Do It Foundation is a charitable organization based in Sierra Leone, West Africa. You Can Do It Foundation has been in existence for the past 2 years. We have been fighting gender-based violence against women and girls within the community. During the past 2 years, we have been offering psychosocial support, counseling, court fee, medical fee, including school items to the survivors of gender-based violence. However, during the lockdown of COVID-19, report received and confirmed that rape cases among a minor has increased tremendously within our community. Because of this, You Can Do It Foundation has secured the land to build an accommodation for the survivors of rape. However, this may almost become impossible without your generous support. We need your help to build this home for the survivors. Your help could be in cash or in kind. If you wish to join us to make a difference in a child's life, please go to our website, which is www.youcandoitcyf.org, or you can go to our GoFundMe page, which is Home of Hope for the survivors of gender-based, or you can contact us with the details at the end of this video. We thank you greatly for your generous support, and thank you once more for making a difference in a child's life.
I was raped multiple times by my aunt's boyfriend when I was 6.
I was repeatedly raped at the age of 8 by a close family member.
I was raped at 19. I didn't speak openly about it because I was ashamed and afraid that people would judge me.
I was raped at age 5 by my caregiver's husband.
On June 17th, 2020, 5-year-old Khadija Sakon, a beautiful little girl from Freetown, Sierra Leone, was repeatedly raped and strangled to death, allegedly by her own cousin. Her death shocked the nation. But in truth, in this small West African country, 9 out of 10 girls experience some form of sexual violence in their lifetime. Think about that for a second. 9 out of 10. That's 90%. My name is Aisha Sase. I'm a journalist and activist. I'm joining forces with Idris Elba and other activists from across Sierra Leone to support the survivors of sexual violence with the Survivors Solidarity Fund. Please consider donating whatever you can afford. All monies raised will go to 4 local organizations currently providing free medical and legal services to survivors. 5-year-old Khadija lost her life to sexual violence. That same threat remains for millions of others. So this is also a call for you to use your voice, your power, to draw attention to an enduring culture of rape. Together, we must end it now. My name is Aisha Sase. I am Khadija Sako.
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 We are Khadija Sako.
We are all Khadija Sako.
To my friend, she was the brightest at our level, even though she was as innocent as the heaven. That did not stop Papa Abu at age 57 to ask for her hand in marriage as she turns 11. Her parents, being naive about this rage, tolerated this marriage, and this destroyed the hopes and dreams of Khadijatu to live like it in Seattle. Instead, she's been used as a tool by an old school. Khadijatu is being used as a bait by her own mate. My friend is being emotionally tortured by this old culture. Old child marriage, it's on the rampage like disease, eating up the fabric of our girl child image, and it's our duty to cage. Let's diverge. Please be obliged. It is now we emerge from this ancient custom at large.
If not for this dreadful event, Khadijatu could have become president, but now she has been trapped in an old man's residence, like a mosquito in a tent. She is vulnerable, but with her age, she is still able to become that virtuous woman of substance, like Madam Patricia Kaba, Madam Dr. Kadi Sise, Madam Sianyama Koroma, Madam Dr. Sylvia O'Blyden, Madam Her Excellency Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Oh yes, without child marriage, our girl child can still turn into Madam Hillary Clinton, Madam Theresa May. Be it as it may, Madam Condoleezza Rice, let's not be hypnotized, but rather stay wise, for this can only be realized if education is being prioritized and child marriage is being criticized. So please, parents, do not relent, as it is apparent that a girl child can become great if only you patiently wait.
I do believe bad or unfortunate situation should bring out the best in us. Growing up, I've always looked at myself in the mirror and hated myself, asking so many questions. Why am I different from others? Then eventually my mother happened to explain to me one day that I become a disabled due to the 11 here what we had in Sierra Leone. I've had challenges from different aspects of life, from different phases. One, I can say psychologically, I've always had this low self-esteem. Before, I'd seen myself as not useful. I've also had this social differences. I've experienced differences from social level at which people show some form of stereotype, marginalization, of course. January 6th. I can still remember the hate in their fingers when the warder's badge of honor on me. It was a brutal merit, a verdict of unconscious merriment and injustice. Soul injured, burned bridges, they left me unpacked with eyelid and bruised kneecap. Couldn't turn back cause they burned down my bridge. Do I really deserve this golden badge of honor? January 6th. Boom, boom, everywhere like hearts beat, their gun bleeds but with a different language of I hate you, they break me. Crave to put forth my future at stake, I could have been a basketball player, an instrumentalist, a doctor, an engineer and many more. They literally kill my dreams. Tick, tick every night, time whispered in my ears, tell me not to worry for I am the best doctor it says. Do I really deserve this golden badge of honor? January 6th. I was only 3 when they came through with nothing to bargain for, but a will so free I wish. They let my blood be the signature to a treaty between chaos and solidarity. A solidarity to peace they say, a peace I cannot find, as others thrill with love the likes of fear. Stereotypes, stigmatization, doubt every day they attack. Do I really deserve this golden badge of honor? January 6th. An event that left a mark on the forehead of our nation, exposing this land and its people to the invasion of corrupt mind. Men with the gift of a wordsmith, architecture to our blood spill, but when it comes to giving, they are as stingy as ironsmith. I have blatantly refused to accept anything they say weigh me down. Thus, I have this to say. When our fate meet destiny, we sometimes feel the entire world must be wrong and it wasn't our time. But we must not let these sparks of stereotypes lead our minds into oceans of frustrations, but rather, we must have the courage to mix anger with sympathy, hate with compassion, and above all, we must love. Do I really deserve this golden badge of honor?
Hello and welcome to Sierra Leone Media Live on YouTube and Facebook, and welcome to the Wednesday edition. We now Audi go inside the Republic. We want to say sorry for the early break we'll get because we come on live and then we go back off and we come on live again. We just want to fix something very quick. Well, want to say welcome to everybody. If you're just joining, we want to say welcome to you for the first time. If you do it with our YouTube, we want to say welcome to you for the first time as well. If you're just joining us today for the very first time. I realize here there are so many people who don't question, we don't send messages. Say, hey, what happened? When they come on again, when I don't go off back, when I don't come on back. Yes, we do that and we don't do that all the time. You see that happen whilst we are live, then it means something must have gone wrong. But we want to say welcome to Una, and we want to say Una Kushe, Una Kabo, as we almost go halfway down to the Ramadan. This is not time where some man don't break fast, some man they go pray now, some man they go nafila and ready for tomorrow fasting. So one for say possibly when I join we after I don't pray done. If we not join we yet, when I join we later on, when I get a free time, when I go don't pray done, when I don't eat that boku food now, I can aim for cut fast with. Then when I cable for sit down now and watch the program. And you can watch the program, take ready for it so cool yourself na money. You can ask me cut on for keep when I waiting say which for make when I go eat so cool. So not for me snacking at all. But anyway, welcome to you guys once more and welcome for joining us. And we hope say when they get a very good Ramadan as we almost go halfway down the Ramadan period. And we look forward to the end of it. But before I go any further, I want to look at welcome to Una. We caught her today a day on point, well assigned on duty. So like you say hello to Una and tell Una what you think about today's program, because today's program gets a lot for talk about. And like me Koto joining me today early. So over to you, Koto Juma. Why they call you Koto? Don't miss some for saying an abo schoolboy. They can ask him to do that.
And I call me Koto now, whatever reason, you know, I accept the respect. Famulem, una adu, una good evening, good afternoon, good morning, and good night, depending on whose partner the dunya we find yourself. We welcome una again to Sierra Leone Media. We glad you go within Aya. Una can find out, say, we do a lot of salutations and say thank you because we appreciate Una. You know, that's one big thing. And again, some particular person can say, if you sleep, you wake, nothing not do you have to tell God thank you. So whenever we see Una join, we can gladly. So now some of the reasons and that, you know, and more so, and then, you know, special months they are so both. You know, in Islam and in the Christian faith, I see Tibo don't talk so much about Ramadan, but you know, if forget to talk, say we still inside the Lenten season as well. Friday is Good Friday, Sunday is Easter Sunday, and Monday, obviously, some certain partner the world and can celebrate them as holiday. You know, a fine little man celebrate what he believe in. And obviously, we come on a country where, for the most part, you know, don't make we grow up for being religious tolerant and respect every faith, every culture, every tradition. You know, that has never been our issue before last week, but or before these 5 years. Let me just put it that way. But that's not what our program is about. I just wanted to lay that premise that regardless which you believe in, we are still one. And for Sierra Leone, we are Sierra Leoneans, regardless whether you are Muslim or Christian. Today's program, we're glad again for Dinaya, inside how they go inside the Republic. And we will discuss the thing that we usually can discuss because I know we slogan will be not adopt from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report. We say true art for talk, but not in nobody bring peace. And we all know say true not get sunny because true, not true. Timbo, I'm happy to be here again today. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Koto Juma. Koto the full away, not to Koto the Ubu school way. Thank you for joining us and thank you for that swift opening day we don't give me. And we believe, say, most of you discussions they get for being points. You know, sharp. What else you can call it?
Sharp. Of course, yes. On point.
I just want to go back again and say, yes, I know say lengths they're around and we still within the Christian sector of Easter. And like you clearly say, not everybody within the Christian sect celebrates Easter. But again, Easter is being well celebrated in Sierra Leone by almost all the denomination of Christianity. Where we get yes.
Growing up around this time, whether you are Muslim or Christian, Easter time, which you they look forward to?
We'll go fly me kites.
Exactly. What was the competition? Would I get the best kite?
I get the best kites. We like kites, they go far.
Yes.
Let's design kites. We get ognos, we get chuki.
Yes. Would I go fishing, shovel nose all day? Would I go fishing in company in kites?
But you know, say now we can get the best kite in Salone. Now we ever don't make the best kites.
We would have.
We in Wall Street.
Okay. How so?
Those kites. That was an amazing trick done by my big nephew. We don't pass away now. Used to see Yaski. We thought it was a joke. What he this guy for put together? It's evident transparent plastic they weigh and they sell in markets.
Yeah.
You buy most possibly about 2 yard long. Now you buy 2 yard of that transparent plastic day. Guess what you do, Pana? Guess what you do, Pana? Guess beyond your own imagination. Guess what you do for that plastic day?
Not for guess, boy.
Can you believe that guy sat down and draw an eagle?
Wow! Now the
eagle, transparent plastic. Easter day, now you fly that eagle day. We can get one host over to what we call bonus.
Yeah,
it's enough. You buy one bundle cane thread. You fly the kites. Where the kite they got up the sky, you know what you see?
An eagle.
It was amazing. I tell you, Juma. Now,
those are the moments.
You see the eagle in front of the go soon. And guess what? All them birds there around it, they can't bunch for them. Seriously. That was one of the most.
These are the things that we miss in Sierra Leone. You look forward to them, you don't done. Then where this Ramadan, what do they prepare for? By then, tell me also now will they run down for the next 20 days or next 15 days? What do they look forward to?
That one way then they call yeah, look at forget the Simina Muslim.
No, not so the Muslim one, the general one. And they talk about where
so.
every Sierra Leonean can celebrate, whether you be Muslim or
Christian. They forget so. What they gonna mosque all night, isn't it?
Not so the Laila to not to hear they talk. Wait till kill.
The lantern parade.
Exactly.
The lantern parade. I know.
Can you imagine?
Lantern parade has been a traditional stuff, but I think what thing we don't do. I agree with that particular change though they make with the lantern parade. Because the lantern parade will happen for the whole of Ramadan, then Prede Eve, dance lantern. So basically, you spoil the Ramadan before you go pray for Prede. So
some man able go pray.
Some man they go dance lantern say left now in level. Pass the week and money say braga floor.
The week and a cutting tree.
Exactly. So I totally agree with the change in timing because then change enough from this Prede to small Prede when I've been the
So they actually change until Independence Day.
Yes. Then change until
Independence, then change until. Yeah. But they have not been able to sustain it because they bring politics into the thing.
Exactly.
That was our own festival, like where you go refer to. For the people that we don't know waiting a lantern parade, liken it to Notting Hill Carnival na London, UK. Just liken it to that. Or if you go to the Caribbean Festival, they then can get where Boku Salon people they go now, liken it to that. So Nadana own festival will be getting. It was a one-day thing, but it takes a whole month or 6 months for plan. We call my one for outdo the other person. Now we all area 9 campus, now build the best lantern. All of those things we've lost. And it's a shame. It's like Sierra Leone, we're not getting nothing for look forward to again. But enough of that. Let's go to today's program. Over to you, Tibon.
Well, I totally agree with you. Say enough of that. But at the same time, we need to remind people of some of the best practices of the things that we don't use forget over the past decades, because those are the stuff that made us who we are. when they say we have religious tolerance in Sierra Leone, now then thing and they will with the practice make religious tolerance become the theme where many African or West African countries and they become jealous of, because we will coexist. We don't know the difference between Christian holidays and Muslim holidays. So basically, like you clearly say, Easter time like this, if you not fall under the same period of Ramadan, you might be thinking everybody in Sierra Leone are Christian, because all man they fly kites, you name it. Muslim became they fly kites, Christian became they fly kites. So basically, it was a children's affair. They sell kites in the streets. So it also was a way of generating funds for people that maybe they make kites, because they said be able to get money at that particular point.
Creative arts.
Creative arts.
People and they show their talent. Like I talk about your nephew, where they draw the eagle. Cousin, where draw eagle, then he make into kite, he fly them up. You know, that's all creativity.
Yeah. And then when they kites, people be they sell a lot more, and people in the sky for do different design of kite. They even do kite competition at some point.
Exactly. Yeah.
Some man they see how far in comping kites they go. Some man can talk saying kites they go far past the other. Some man in kites they call see the falagante. So that excitement we've been there within the whole process was what makes us unique within Africa. And we not just go for just left lengthy and so go by, because again, these are practices that have just been dropped down the drain and nobody picks it up anymore. It not becomes a norm anymore in our society. We believe, say, most of the societies, them in the UK, people fly kites. You know, most one kite they cost in London for fun, just doing summer. So basically, we've lost all of those traditional practices. We've lost all of those traditional rites of passage growing up as a child in Sierra Leone. We are feel to say we're able for share with to begin. And certain things they know we're able for keep and maintain, because it's very important. Because if we don't keep and maintain those practices, it means we will not stand for what we said we are as a nation. We might be a fun-loving nation. We get religious tolerance in so many different ways, but failing to practice it at some point is what makes us now become the nation we feel to say anybody to get the guys and come out and say things that really offend any religious sect. Because if we don't maintain that religious practice that we don't use forget for the past couple of decades, then nobody not forget come out and tell me also and make statement like this, because if it don't be an ongoing practice where everybody for don't adapt to. I mean, can you imagine back in the days like that, you been getting anything like a religious concern? Mosque not be the flock when they ready for cut fast. All man they can cut fast now mosque.
All man they go cut fast. You know whether I'm Christian or Muslim. I have Christian friends. Exactly. When they keep fast with me for support me, you know, they go play, we do all things together.
It was a unique environment for both religious sects, because at the end of the day,
New Year's Eve, all they go church.
All they go church, exactly. So man say when they go inside church, if they go within the church environment, which they say yeah. And I remember when them Muslim people and they go find them beginning a mosque, a church, because all man they left us. Everybody deliberately they left in something 11:45. Everybody is leaving their house, is going to church, because they were like, New Year, meet you in church. Then you can go now about your basic business you want to go about. So it was a unique practice by Sierra Leoneans. But if we fail to adhere to all those practices within the past decades, and we just throw and down the drain, that's where we are today. Because it means sometimes maybe the people that really go against them practice there, so might not have come through those sort of practices.
They never experience them, so they don't know
the value of it. Yeah. Because if you experience them, you live them, of course you know the value of what it is to become a country or a state that has religious tolerance. So basically, that's not the thing number one for make we highlight, because it's very important for make we highlight them, because that's what makes us a better Sierra Leonean than all the other African countries them we believe say in the struggle with religious tolerance. So
like you say, if you don't know how you come out, you know how you did.
Yeah, you will begin struggle for your life. Who's how you did? Because who's how you didn't determine who's how you come out.
No.
Who's how you didn't determine who's how you come out. Because who's how you did, they determine possibly what you think say you be. But that is not what you are, because that situation they can change today, change tomorrow, change next tomorrow. But if you're not able to come out, you don't know who's how you did. You're not going to know how you head for. So let's take that very seriously. Well, now back to the program. Today's program will get 3 major, but I can always say any talk gets short agenda. Now, I'll be very mindful, because it means the discussion is going to be big, meaning the short agenda is just a teaser of the opening of all the discussions that we can talk about, but it gets plenty. Picking the way you get for born from that one game, picking the way you will get the belly for. So top on the list today, we're going to be talking about we get for focus on the 5-year term of the current, well, they say former president Jesus Madaviu, because in term done on today or yesterday or today.
Yesterday.
So yesterday was when officially the president of the Republic of Sierra Leone was sworn into office, and yesterday make him officially 5 years in office, which means in 5 years term as the president of the Republic of Sierra Leone ceased to exist from yesterday. So as from today, he is an official caretaker, which means the country, the Republic of Sierra Leone, is now in the safe hands of the judiciary and the other wings of government. They say they get 5 arms of government, or 3 or 4. So basically, the president, the state house, 3 arms of government. The president and the state house don't cease today. Parliament is yet to close, so we still have one half and half hanging.
Parliament they close in May.
Well, let me say Parliament is yet to close, but Parliament is supposed to don't close from the 24th. So basically,
no. Parliament closes. People get for understand. Parliament they close the day we then swear them in. The swearing in of MPs was in May. So now that term they then your term for done officially.
Okay, so this now the mix up with me they happen, but on constitutional reports, is it not supposed to be 3 months before election?
No, there's nowhere it was written that it ends 3 months before elections now.
Okay, so it's not a constitutional mandate.
To the best of my knowledge, me no say then
constitutional mandate term of office will end the day when they were sworn into Parliament.
Yeah.
But many people were not sworn in the same day. Were they all sworn in together?
Well, the one we talk about when the Parliament opened that particular.
That's the first opening of Parliament.
Yes.
Okay. Now it's a little bit confusing. Now let's dwell a little bit into this so that people can get a clear clarification. So when you get the swearing in of the president, which is on the 4th, or the day when they swear the president in, the government's administrative wing is not effective until they swear in the members of parliament or the ministers or whoever.
Government they run, the executive they run.
The executive they run, but without
the legislature start for operate after them swear them in. We then get a speaker, we then constitute parliament and all that thing. Because you get parliament forget a quorum for exist or do anything. Because if I not say now after them swear them in, now that time the president they get in first state opening of parliament, if you remember.
Yeah. Because
it was May 12 or something like that, sometime in May. So it became you for go talk to the representatives of the people and go setting agenda for a government.
Okay. So basically, swearing in was on the 24th of April, right?
Yeah, whatever the time is, I can't remember.
Okay, so swearing in was the time when they swear them in, but the opening of the president's first parliamentary sitting
was sometime in May, I think.
Okay, that's not the one we attend. We attend the opening.
We attend both. We attend where then go swear people them in, where then go fire tear gas. We were there, so people get to understand. Sometimes when we talk here, not to guess, we were in Freetown, we were at the House of Parliament, where them brutalize MPs them and kick them out. And I remember I saw OSDs there who no one they see before where they can warn people there for come out Nado and all that. We not so
and everyone in the outside the perimeter said they can't at some point for the level for local go because we were still about waiting for go back into the second hearing at that point.
And somebody whisper now we say you have to get out of here.
Yeah. Okay, so that's fine. We just don't clarify something we now possibly something will be the baffle the people of Sierra Leone in so many ways. Even myself, at some point, I was a little bit not too sure whether the end of parliament should be the day when they swear them in. Now that we don't learn new things today, this is Sierra Leone Media for you. You're always going to learn something new. Even we self, when they run the programs and think they will learn things they new between we self and between we viewers them. So the first topic of discussion today is the review of President Bio's 5 years term in office. And again, we can discuss them. We see the goods, the bads, the possibilities and the impossibilities, and some of the things that we don't say you don't do, we you know do, we is about to be done or is about to do within in 5 years term in office. We are specific about saying in 5 years term in office because that's the term he's supposed to serve for in office, except otherwise. And then with the second topic now, the Dr. Samura Kamara's alleged assassination attempt. The reason why we say alleged assassination attempt, that because of the interpretation of what we see as the events will unfold this Sunday. Because when you made a physical attack on an approaching vehicle, whether in front of you or behind you, but if the attack is being directly directed to that particular individual, it's either an assassination attempt, allegedly, or it is not an accident. It's either a deliberate act, and that deliberate act is to eliminate somebody at some point. Because when you use such attack with live arms being fired and tear gas being fired at a vehicle or as an individual or as a group of people who are armless in front of you, then it is deliberate and it is to achieve something. That is what we're going to find out and talk about on the second agenda of the program. And the third one, now the reason why PPRC say therefore ban political rallies. And what are the possibilities, legalities, and what mandates does PPRC have to make such statements for, say, political rallies should be banned? According to their report, the reason for banning political rallies is what we're going to talk about, because those are not reasons good enough. Because we know, say, Salon don't go through a lot of challenging and difficult times over the past decades, but we haven't seen nothing like this. And at the moment in time, we are not at any security risk. We are not at any shape or form where anybody will say, Salon, they are at war. Or somebody will say to you, the country is not safe. Security control is extremely high. And the reason for them for ban rallies is not directly focusing on those security alerts, but the use of drugs, the use of alcohol, or the use of substances that can lead to the death of supporters of any political parties. We've never seen that yet in Sierra Leone, but we discuss them and look, we see exactly the legalities behind that, whether me and you, that is Saloma, we believe, say, those are the things that normally happens in political rallies. And again, we have to look at the word political rally and campaign, and look, we get a differentiation of voting at the balance of those two things. Because rallies can be in so many different facets. You have religious rallies, you have political rallies, you have social rallies, you have burial rallies, you have rallies that entails even the average Sierra Leonean. We go decide for, say, I want for work with a group of people from here to Calbaton because I want to raise an awareness of cancer, for example. That's a health rally, because we did do something in mobilizing people to understand the nature of what cancer can do to Sierra Leoneans. So we got to look at all these differences and see how we're able to bring that into the concept of banning rallies. They did not specifically say political rallies, but rally. We have to look into it and see what's in the essence of that particular press release day and how it will relate to them. Juma, over to you. What's your take on all the three topics of discussion?
Well, it's going to be an interesting night, and I encourage, invite reviewers them for please contribute to the conversation, and we want for you waiting people think so far with all the topics then. But we'll start with the first one. President Julius Maada Bio got the mandate of the people of Sierra Leone on April 4th, 2018, for serve as the president and head of the executive arm of government for 5 years, according to the 1991 Constitution. He was sworn in at night, na Radisson Blue, just the same day where they announced as, the winner of the 2018 presidential elections. A few hours later, because the announcement, I think, was made in the evening around 4 or 5, thereabouts. If I can remember correctly, that same night he was sworn in at the Radisson Blu Hotel around Lumley, Aberdeen Beach area. Since then, we get a mandate. When I say we, whether you voted for him or not, that not been the call. That was the announcement made. So he had a mandate to govern Sierra Leone, to be a president for Sierra Leoneans, and deliver for Sierra Leoneans. So now that time day, so today don't be the 5th, according to my own calendar, the 5th of April, 2023. So one day today, he's now officially a caretaker president until the elections in June 24th, 2023. So like Engandi force.
Well, that's fine. Let bring me border Femi. Make himself say hello to viewers them and let he tell them what he think about today's program. Because today we need to let family with the play catch up, run up, and today the race long. Over to you, Mr. Obafemi.
Hello viewers, Unaudo Unakushe. Juma.
How you doing?
You loud and clear.
Juma, you hear me? Tibo, you hear me?
Loud and clear, Mr. Palmer.
Okay, I hope so. We audience in YouTube and Facebook and they hear you clearly. Yeah, I'd like to, welcome Una. Although then me two colleagues there, so they don't talk but who they don't even bring me kind of the topic safe. But yeah, thank you guys for joining us. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. Una with the join on Facebook. You guys have been tremendous. We get nearly 25,000 followers on Facebook, on YouTube. Tibo, remind me the number again. Almost will be no reach.
It's about 3.8.
3.8. So they almost reach 4,000 followers. So guys, we ask Una for following. Cost you guys nothing at all. Just like and follow we page. You go help we for grow. For make we get zeal for do more of the NTR. So, but before we go far, una been talk about kites. Juma and T-Boy. I not go blame T-Boy, but Juma, I'm surprised that you bring me kind of this talk. The reason I not go blame T-Boy because that kite way T-Boy been tell but just no. Yeah, that's what they call Kintred, Juma.
Yes.
So we own kites are Regent Road. Now Kintred they would be there with.
Because I want to cause people like guys the way they use
one day that we see this eagle they pass front to yard. Now we send one per we catch with Kintred Panam. Now we get some. Now I make the eagle let me follow them. The eagle let Tibo be the top, but I made them follow them. So Tibo in wonderful catch with them bill. Now we na Southern, na Central, Regent Road. Now we cut Tibo then catch and take the throne.
So now that grudge they get, I make it up bring
me Insai, yes. So you understand the talk now. So anyway, family them so Tibo and Juma then get boku for talk to now, but today, Una with the fast we thoughts are with you guys, both Christians and Muslims. It's incredible. So we all the fast around the same time. So but T-Boy and Juma are still the wait for that pap.
The pap, it's not cut here.
T-Boy every year at the morning for this, they make all my other party then they shame up because they all the same for me. But T-Boy one day, but until I don't complain now. Jamana for make the one whole salon community.
I will try for order for you pap na London.
I will try to do that, but
I will try order pap for you.
Other people and they provide for me, but me own brother T-Boy. I don't remember against if we fast.
I watch now the chat group here, so la watch. I get a few.
Tell me you fast this year.
Yes.
Tell me you fast this year.
Fast every year. Every the only time they want to fast now during COVID.
So what you give up this year? Because I never say you can give up stuff there every year.
This year, for the last few years now, food. I know at the fast
No, what you give up? You can give up a specific item. I remember a couple of years ago.
I give up something every 1 year since I give up coffee.
Yes, good idea. You give up chocolates.
I give up chocolates.
So what you give up this year?
No, then I with the first month done, then I will tell you about Dandy. You understand? But really and truly,
you know, Team Femi they give up this year. Now chips.
Femi,
Juma.
Are they, you know, they put people on the spot right now. I don't see them. They are in London right now. Then they're the church book.
Whatever. They never code they send for me. Now, T-boy, now they send.
Sal Sahid, make sure say you send pap on the behalf to Femi.
You dey fast.
They need a camp.
Listen, party, send pap on my behalf to Femi.
Party now next year.
Mariam Smile Kamara.
T-boy they jealous.
Mariam Smile Kamara. Pass you go send on a free talk. You need a game free. You need reach London.
Send pap on my behalf to T-boy. Now what should I get?
To T-boy, to Femi you mean?
To Femi.
Yeah.
Halston, yeah, send pap on my behalf, you know, to Femi.
But anyway, you don't guy, but T-boy, I still need to forgive T-boy because the last 2 years fast during COVID, I mean they go look after T-boy. I kids go for them every week, if not every day safe. But we know they talk again. Yeah, I need to talk this again. Until I don't tell you I know German now.
You know what? I need to say nothing.
Anyway, let move on.
Are you doing fast one? I forgot to say more God effects for you.
Let move on. Now make you not gonna say nothing because you know go and lie.
Other person don't add where I need for ask less send pap to you.
Who that?
Tina Davis, Obi, be a big send pap.
When that pap in a lucky now forever. Just do us part. Amen. Don't really come.
So
people I don't put on standby for you.
Let me be very honest.
Yeah.
One specific name there, if you mean for mention them, sometimes for guarantee CS the public.
Well, not possibly see and
I'm not saying not see because if you mean see and they call them.
Yeah.
But that name there, whether you see and they, you not see and the public come. But all the names the way you don't call, the likely one panel will go call the pap. Nah, the left hand so.
Then go shame you this time. Then go shame you. Femi need the pap for contact.
Okay, I'll be honest. You have to be honest.
Yes, it's our first month. You will be honest always.
It's our first month. I'll be honest. And the reason why make I be honest, I look at close proximity. Me, I look at close proximity to availability. I look at close proximity to the person who will possibly go in a kitchen. We're not going to go order the pap. But from those 4 names the way you mentioned,
5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now my only make up 5. You get Party, you get Sal Koita, you get Tina Davis, there you go that again.
You get what do you call it? Let's go back to my list.
Tina, Mayama,
Frederica, Tina, yeah.
All right,
no, people let's move on.
On discrimination, I don't know whether Frederica can cook pap. On discrimination, I don't know whether Tina can cook pap. On discrimination, I don't know whether Fati can cook pap. On discrimination, I don't know whether Mayama Oni can cook pap. But on discrimination, I don't know whether Sal can cook pap. But any of the pap, they will them cook. So I'm going to be
on to you for it. I can't buy a case, pap case, we know to your case, na Femi case.
Na jealous Ekecha man.
No carry on to program.
Na jealous Ekech T-boy.
Over to you, Femi.
So Usa will be there because na the pap no be the monitor me.
They say constant pap chef na pap.
Hey, pap na pap.
I like that party.
Well, I don't tell you say all the people I mentioned, the likelihood for me to cook pap it goes strong because one, I don't know how the ball go come out so it's so that by the way go by.
Don't cry do for Berry. Let's move on.
So Juma, you've been to say, T-boy, you've been to say, what's that been?
Yeah, you take on the 5-year start.
Yeah, so, you know, the 5-year, I will call anniversary.
Not anniversary.
Well, the term in office.
Yes.
Yeah, yes. The man himself, we president, be known do interview report card. He be known say we always been deliver, what been promised from A to Z and beyond. He don't deliver. Me only question I get now, wait now beyond. But Juma, today I see T-boy. Today I see a flyer where they make the rounds about the delivery in healthcare and how it will improve na salon. So for that day, I go like for thank we president for all the wonderful work we don't do for we healthcare. So this hopefully go mean to say no more traveling out of the country for medical. So we mind that we been a fly around the world, especially for medical. They're going to take medical in free tongue, including the first family, because President Bio don't make sure say we, as he say, we don't get good health care as alone. I know the Juma, T-boy.
No document.
I say you can share that document there, please.
I go share. No.
Yeah, because like I shock right now. You talk me 8 apps.
Yes, myself shock. But as I say, I am happy if Nadan they don't do. But make sure say in family and all the top ministers them, they don't go fly abroad again for treatment. Then go treat them at the same hospital where they claim say. Then do good work for.
Right. Well, that's one, healthcare delivery. President Bio say he don't deliver on a promise we make to Sierra Leoneans on healthcare services in Sierra Leone. Is that your take? You really watch me, give your opinion on that. T-boy, we, when I did look back, I did get a flashback from April 4th, 2018. How President Bio starts in government, now so he end up for these 5 years. How he starts now so he end up.
Explain.
April 4th, 2018. What was the first thing you experienced after then swear President Bio in? What was the first thing that happened in the whole country that night? Total blackout, the whole country, total blackout in the whole country. That I will tell you now. Anybody will remember maybe this salon during April 4th, 2018, after they swear President Bio in, we get blackout at the whole country, all net blackout. Light not been there. Day 2, waiting happen at the southeast, particularly Kenema area. Brutal violence and attack on security personnel, and we hear tribal chanting. This is the stronghold of the president. There are videos to the effect where we see then they chase military people, OSD then, and they whap them with stone, thick. They say, they call them particular tribe. I don't want to say that here, but violence erupted at that part of the country, attacking a specific group of people. So now they say how President Bio starts, now so he end in 5 years. He started by issuing out executive orders. Okay, there were people who were what you call, I would say, summarily dismissed, then go there and pull them at the office. Some man, they don't even get a sack letter. Then go root them come on at the office. The first time in the history of Sierra Leone, apart from during we'll say country be classed as a failed state, where you not been get government, you been get military junta. For the first time under this administration, people were what? Moved out of their vehicles, official vehicles. And they work for government, mean a civil servant, not a politician. Not a politician. People where they work now the civil service. Then they go, come out work, They gonna host, somebody who can't stop them and pull them inside the motor car and tell them, say, na government motor car, let them come inside it, including judges, senior people now the judiciary, then pull them inside the motor car. They see, I not talk about politicians, I talk about civil servants. Ban on what? A lot of things were banned through executive orders. Immediately, when President Bill take over, coupled with the lies na parliament in enforced state opening, all the things that we promised because they highlight about the 21% we go allocate to education, free quality, now free and column, free quality education. Did we, as Sierra Leoneans, are we proud about the education system that we have in Sierra Leone today? It's a question that I'll ask. The issue of, trying to suppress people, deny people the freedom of expression, freedom for express. A case in point, we will talk about that later. But just look at all the things them where President Bill in government ban since he came office. We've been everything. People have been the jog na treat, no so?
Yep.
Exercise, for go jog fitness. They're not going for go pain at gym, but that helps them.
Jog from Eastern to beach and go back.
From Eastern to Lumley Beach and go back.
It was done religiously every Sunday.
Right. Every Sunday they use them as part of exercise. Then can them ban down. Then people away they dance devil, pool masquerade, and all that thing, and the waiting and do, then ban all that. Okay, 5 years, then ban that. Wait till they can experience so now. Political rallies. Then they ban them back before elections. Protests, peaceful protests, then they ban all thing. Or then ban all thing. So you look at that, then from when President Bill take over, what happened to the dollar?
Just the increase.
Just the rise, the go up. Say to Saudi. So, how many times they increase fuel price?
Okay, Juma, what you want to do?
Yeah.
I know say this go break in various different departments or various different areas. Can we just focus on the major issues them in Sierra Leone when are health, education, the economy, and maybe because they're coming in our finance. So health, education, the economy, and foreign affairs.
Well, foreign affairs, it's difficult for just break them down so to sectors, but you they look at the general. Wait till me want follow look at. I don't want follow look at big topics. I want to look at how it affects me and you.
Yeah. Basically, if I say
how we relate to them. Freedom of expression is denying somebody their human rights.
True.
Okay? Where we all get rights to. We're able to express ourselves, we're able to belong with one for belong and associate with other one for associate with. So on the human rights front, okay, then ban people for express themselves through the things they want to highlight so. Because you not necessarily get for dance devil, but if people enjoy the dance devil in your country, you get for respect them. Then practice not they harm you in any shape or form. So as a result of that, when I make a start with where I say he was given a mandate to govern Sierra Leone and a president for be a president for Sierra Leoneans, all Sierra Leoneans.
All right.
For him, begin to pick and choose and begin divide the country. So human rights abuses based on anything and the freedom of expression, you not get mind talk, you not get mind do anything you do, as long as you do not identify with what President Bio identify with, you are opposed to it. Massive sacking, then sack people. You understand? So if you sack people unjustly, you sack them, then a human rights abuse. Secondly, you don't deprive them of, what you call them, bringing in income for them family. So that's going to affect the family, the economy as well, in so many shape or form. You increase taxes on people. That's an economic impact as well on people. You tax people to death. Where's the way they're not able for even able to pay the tax? So if you begin look at them, you're not able for, just not to one area no more. You talk about attacking people because they believe in something and they support. One, a security issue, a human rights issue. Like I say, even police, OSDs, and military people were not spared on the second day of President Bio administration, enabled for put out a statement, say, una left. And we see how that one day continue throughout in government. You go say, okay, then the law say people were hyped up and all that kind of thing. But what happened to Pademba Road prison killings? Tumbo, McKinney, Tonkolimba, August 10. May event where they attack the APC people in an party office, then fire tear gas pan them. Either some people died or arrest them, for just no reason. So you don't see how it starts, that's so it ends. So we know for say, the point where I want for bring for you, T-Boy, is that for sure say, I want for proof to Sierra Leoneans then say, waiting happen with President Bio administration, not to accident. It was planned, premeditated, and he execute them to the latter. If you choose for give another term, you think say na be mistake, well, it's up to you. So la left hand for la you safe, they will continue.
Well, I think, in my opinion, another salon, but there are lots of physical evidences that really prove say Sierra Leone is not in a good state. The most important one are the fact say we have a systematic rise in the rate of foreign currency, especially the dollar and the pounds, which are the most used currency in Sierra Leone. And to me, when you don't have a stable economy, because we know there can be a bad economy, but sometimes it has to be stable. It means things are not rising and not falling. They're just at that level there where they maintain the stability. We're going to make people able to feel a bit better in terms of their living. But I think that's now one of the great things which surprised me most. For me, we know for say the dollar not just don't increase, but about 200 or more % increase from the time we say we buy dollar.
300%.
Well, 200 plus. We will buy dollar 600,000 2018, and that's not to be complete 600,000. Then if you still get 5 something, it will fluctuate. It not be down there exactly to 6 something. And when you look at that within 5 years' time, I think it shoots out too fast in a drastic way, where you will know for sure say it only happens because of economic disaster. We can take COVID into consideration, we can take every other thing into consideration, but still enough for them be as worse as it is, especially when we know already what are the consequences of what is happening all over the world. But again, when you look at serious states or serious governments, what they try to do is to, I'm using the president's word here, is to cushion the economy. And when I say cushion the economy, now for give them some kind of backing so that the economy no go that fall. And he says that he's doing everything to cushion the economy. That is why he's making all his international trips to create a very conducive platform so that the country will get elevated in the Western world so that they're able to accept we in terms of what we need and what we don't need. But at the same time, the economy doesn't get any better. So if you have done everything to cushion the economy and it is still getting worse in terms of the foreign currency rising from where it was to where it is right now, that means nothing has been done with the stuff that you're trying to cushion. Because if you cushion something, you get support for elevate them, for making all drown, for making all collapse. So if you don't cushion them for the past 5 years, or for the past 4 years, or for the past 3 years, and nothing has changed, it means a lot. Go on, Juma, see you want to say something.
Yeah, T-Boy, you bring come a good point. And, I see the president in tweets say, you know, he don't try, now he try for lead the country, use the new direction for lead the country to the right direction. Still, he not able for tell we the new direction and who sign at the right direction and who that in your own direction at the right direction. The reason make I say this first, the president and in WEF, the first lady, you know, na item, no, so I think it's a bottle and stopper.
Yes, crime bench.
Yes, they're not, you need to separate them. So the first lady be don't tell we say the only true Sierra Leoneans, now SLPP supporters. That statement, people joked with it, but a serious statement because we see their operations, okay? So if they tell me about new direction or right direction, we get for ask, who that in direction or the right direction? Is it only anything where synonymous to SLPP, JMB, and certain parts of the country in the right direction? That's the question. But it's make I just lay that for you. Now for come back to the economy. The president in that in tweets make excuse say we get a twin shock. Naming COVID
and
the Ukraine-Russia war. And I want to say this, say the government, the president building government, not get any sober plan, policy, and strategy for pushing the economy, for stabilizing. And I tell you why. Sierra Leone, we don't suffer 11-year war, right? Even during the war years, where you go say, this now been war time. Now we directly, this not to Russia and Ukraine, on us alone. Oh, the inside war. The currency, the dollar, we leons know that was off around that time. You know, rapidly, just like how you see them. You understand, they fall, the leons, they fall to the dollar, but now, you know, slow process, you know, just they happen overnight. It was unbearable because you been get people them we been in a Ministry of Finance, we in a Bank of Sierra Leone, you know, then kind of place, and they were able for know how for cut here, put here, for manage, for cushion. That's one. Under President Kroma in government, we had what?
Ebola
and mudslide, right?
Slide, yeah.
When you go say cripple because Sierra Leone was cut off the rest of the world. Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Guinea, but particularly Sierra Leone. Up until today, in certain countries where they go, if you come out alone, they want for us when at the last term, they must ask you still about Ebola. That is still hanging on us. But the economy, no bad as how it bad so within these 5 years. And President Bio, they contradict himself. If you're calling COVID, you know, part of one of the problems, but you told us that what you do for stabilize COVID, for make sure so we function as a country, even America and England, we get all the sabi and all the medicine, all the money, they're able to do that. You say that they can't learn from we, and they can't ask we how we manage for curtail COVID. These were his words, not mine. And he been saying, let us not judge him in 2 years. This is now 5 years. He said, let us judge him at the end of in time. You know, so,
yep.
So we have all right now for gun blazing and challenging President Bio and tell and say, he don't mislead the people of Sierra Leone. He shortchange the people of Sierra Leone and erect Sierra Leone within 5 years. Continue.
Okay, let's just comment quickly on you mentioning of COVID response we affect Sierra Leone maybe economically. But also, if you look at Sierra Leone, now one of the countries that we possibly receive the highest amount of COVID funding internationally within the sub-region.
Yep.
One of the countries we get the highest amount of fund within the sub-region during COVID. What did we do with that money? So if they really struggle as a nation, one thing that amazed me, now the fact say, with all the sufferation of what they happen all over the world with the West and America, but then they still fund developing countries in Africa, especially Sierra Leone.
And President Kuma, both was Astafulai. President Bio, don't they showcase, right? Say the previous government. Now, instance, you see, now in your words, the hunt, I say the previous government, the international community not be elect them. You understand? And not be they even give them fund them. We don't left for fund they loan them. But we economy not be as bad that time. So now we end up become so attractive whether they fund that even inside COVID time, then go get 25 million for education in England, not so.
Yep.
Yeah, almost billion. Now instead they tell we that you see the weight man, then they get confidence in we. America and England and get confidence in we, then they give you all this money. But the economy bad, people they suffer, some man they die. You know, people forget because of hunger. Hunger now they kill people in Sierra Leone. Angry no be they kill people in Sierra Leone.
Well, it's like the angry provoke we. Say young man then sit down, the grumble say woke not the angry boku. But at the same time, Indian and cucumber farm, they eat cucumber. But now I come back to the COVID fund. If you don't get the highest amount of COVID fund in Sierra Leone, COVID not affects Salon that much. I would say COVID not even affects Salon.
According to the president, yes.
According to the president, yes. On paper, Sierra Leone is one of the most safest country in the world. That is why we have many people who were taking Sierra Leonean passports to go to other parts of Europe because Sierra Leone was one of the safest places to arrive from. So we realize, say, most people that we don't come out of Europe, from India, from Saudi Arabia, from the Arab states, from other parts of Europe, we are not allowed back in. But then they can't take Salon passports or can't take Salon visa and then go into the connecting countries they wouldn't come out, because when they said they are from Sierra Leone, they will be deemed as safe. So basically, that is where we gain our own. That's now outside and the way we restore our own credibility as a nation for that particular period of time. So we did not suffer the consequences of COVID, not in the actual amount of debt, nor economically. Because if anything, we make more money during COVID than any other country in West Africa. Because the fact that Sierra Leone was safe, they were trying to make it safe as possible as it can be. So they pour serious money into Sierra Leone so that they'll be able to manage the system so that the system will not escalate into something else. But again, where did that money go? Who side and spend that money? But make me realize, say, 1 year later, even though when they support Sierra Leone financially, COVID fund, we they pay money still for inside Sierra Leone as Sierra Leoneans. We they pay money for left Sierra Leone as Sierra Leoneans.
A total of $80, yeah.
Thank you. And during that period, there was a huge amount of Sierra Leoneans that were still traveling because some mommy they went away from COVID in Europe. They go to the salon, it's a COVID done. So we have a huge amount of people that travel in and out of Sierra Leone during that period.
See, but they made over $10 million.
Forget that, Juma. But if you make they highlight this, now at the end of COVID, that's only when we realize that the staffing bunch of people who will be working at the COVID centers, then will be working at airports. They're not paying them for over a year.
Yeah.
So what's that money they all go? And then when they protest against them, it becomes another problem. Some man getting sacking and not pay, some man they not pay again, some man and just dish them out, some man just left, some man just move on. So economically, if we don't get all this international funding for develop and boost Salon in so many different ways, as the president is saying, because it's still they make a blame game with the previous government say the easy way make it the travel. This now the people already talk to we not possibly know what in are traveling for economic purpose, because they normally go talk to that talk they still in the provincial towns of Sierra Leone. No disrespect to the people in the province, but I think when you have a huge amount of Sierra Leoneans gathering under the touch of secured sunlight, and then some of them not even able to understand what you say, and you tell them back again, say, you went to Japan or China or somewhere in Asia, they refuse you entry into a specific hotel just because the Salone government owe that particular hotel there. Now you travel for go clean the image of Sierra Leone. Okay, let's say you were talking to somebody who doesn't have a clue. Now talk to we gets clue. Juma, how on earth can you believe a presidential convoy is heading to another country and presidential protocol hasn't been observed? Who does that responsibility?
That's the first question, because you just don't get up and go any side. Even me Naya as Fontoba.
Say as Jumaba because Fontoba better.
Yeah, Fontoba Jumaba Naya. Where I want for travel, I get for book and make reservation.
You book what?
I book the hotel where I get for go.
Thank
and
you.
I make sure I tell them the time. So if there's anything on my account,
so let me say, no,
will be flagged. For example,
wait.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
Sierra Leone.
Okay, so you go outside. Where be the come London? Okay, no, say you come London for example.
Yeah, they go
now Ritz Hotel, right?
Yeah.
Then myself now what's in?
Sierra Leone.
And I be don't go to Ritz Hotel before our old Ritz Hotel, right?
Yes.
Does that eliminate me from not booking Ritz Hotel?
At all not.
Okay. So if I booked my Ritz Hotel and pay my hotel reservation, Ritz Hotel get the right for telling me, say, T-boy, you can't come here because somebody from your country owe us, but me don't pay now.
Yes.
You want to me say Ritz Hotel go stop me entry, even though I have paid for my hotel. I'm staying there for a month. I have already paid for a month. Then Juma will come out America. They can't stay at the same Ritz Hotel. We not pay. Now for Juma's sake, they make Ritz Hotel tell me say they allow me entry.
Yeah, only in the president in government. But now take one more step. Let's say, for argument's sake, say government account, right? First thing first, you know they just grab and go. You like when you talk about protocols, you don't do everything we get for do, because you want for sure say the president first for sack all the people away be involved at that trip day for organize the trip, because they don't compromise the president in safety. You understand? For a president for go sit down at a lobby or inside motorcar, they wait 3-4 hours before they're able to let them into a room, because according to them, in predecessor not been pay hotel bill where been they broke pint or a broke plate or then thief spoon, you know, then come. You understand? Now make them know it. Then the first don't show say the people the way they work for you, not even get a clue what needs to be done before
they're not competent.
They not get a clue. Because
when you not get clues until you go know, but you not get a clue. When you're not competent, you don't know what to do.
Right. So it's not competent in any shape or form for serve now your government for even arrange your trip. Then you they boast with that one day for can't talk. But let's go to the flip side. Our president, President Bill say, he go out for go clean Salone image. Because of what? Because the previous government not be waiting, pay hotel bill. But here is a president that decided to suspend the Auditor General because they audit in fake receipts for a hotel bill now South Africa.
We not exist.
We not exist. They forge. That the first president is where they forge receipts. Because when you say the president forge them, whether not him now but not in his name, now him go lodge na the hotel like him be go for go clean image. So then they don't not pay. But you only money you put on your pocket, then you make fake receipt. Who's one bad?
I can tell you one they will not pay, because the one they will not pay, at least they not save Salone money.
At least that debt, right? They will still claim you, they send it to collections, this here and there and that. But then you now, you not pay, then you not even go to the hotel first. But you fake the receipts. So who that dirty Salone image? Me na debt me get. Okay, you na debt you get, T-boy. Then me, I not even go sell full side for lodge. I take the money, I put it in my pocket, I go to my party, they account fake receipt. Who that don't tarnish salon image?
Well, you not just deceive yourself, but you deceive the country because you deceive the 7 million Sierra Leoneans and they will believe say you don't take the money for going to hotel, when to one girl you go camp.
Yeah.
So that's definitely, I mean, I'm not saying make you laugh for that, they're not the person that they make reference to. I just make reference to an example. So basically, all I'm saying is, I rather prefer person where they save salon currency, not go spend them, and not say we owe that hotel, we owe Hotel Caledonia 5,000 pounds. Then you tell me say, oh T-boy, don't worry, I don't book the hotel, so I take you 5,000 pounds. Instead of I get Hotel Caledonia, I go camp to one girl for like 2 days. They will come out to the girl. I can't see. Well, I don't spend that 5 grand. But look the seat with Hotel Caledonia again. So I not only try for deceive myself, I also try for deceive you. And I make you believe, say, yes, I go to that hotel day. And I did it for 2 nights. And then when I say, well, okay, let's check about this hotel where you say you go and see what's in there happen. And you never attempt for going to the hotel. But Juma, that's not just one element of many. Yeah. But if we now go into further details, I know say Femi don't send me a list of what's in the deliverables of the president in agenda on health.
I don't want to
go this. I know.
Travel business course. Don't talk about this travel because it's very important. Because President Bill don't travel more than all the presidents in Africa combined, then trip them. All the presidents in Africa combined inside 5 years. All the presidents in Africa, we combine all them trip. How many countries in Africa? About 57, 58, right?
I want to talk so.
We combine all the presidents in Africa, all them trip for 5 years. President Bill double them trip in one
day. So okay. Like we say first. So that means now on the right trip, if we take look, we say 57 states, eh?
Yeah, 57 countries.
Okay, look, we say only get 20 states, for example. Oh, 57 with a double and by 2, not so. Then a 120 something. Let's just make an example. And then now, so just say double number first now, only getting 20 something. So if you triple,
President Bill don't travel. We put all the Africa presidents then together. Because now the only president we traveled past 10 times during COVID.
And Juma.
Yes. Inside COVID.
Juma, hold on.
Yes.
Where them being gets that COVID conference now, London. Who said Boris Johnson with it?
Was he in Scotland or something?
No, he was in London.
Exactly.
It was meant to be what? A Zoom conference, right?
Zoom conference, exactly.
So you tell me, will you fly from your country to another country to attend a Zoom conference?
Well, President Bill did.
Why? So we not get no internet Zoom facility in a state house, even though they get the master.
Some of the other picking their way, or some of the other participants from Sierra Leone really supposed to took part through Zoom from Sierra Leone. They spoke.
So why you not been called Femi go set up in Zoom for?
Not to Zoom in August.
Hey, well, sometimes not get Zoom. Look who assume.
Not to Zoom in August.
I go say not get Zoom.
You can't say that because they get somebody the person we travel with. Now the person when ahead of a what you call that? I call that in DIASPORA
innovation.
Yes. Technology innovation. So if you don't travel with the technology and innovation officer, we double as your Minister of Education for primary and basic, junior education, whatever it is. You don't travel with them, and they go to the conference. Not to Zoom, you not get. Now you refuse for participate through Zoom because you want for travel go London. You not just travel go London. You travel to London, then you go to Insai, Turkey. So inside one trip, they go 4 different trips. So you don't say he's the most traveled president, and all in trip them double all the 57 countries them combined, them presidents them. That's one.
Your essence. what's your opinion about the essence of the traveling? Because to me, it doesn't make any sense. Because somebody will ask earlier, I want to say, what are the benefits of all the travel?
Well, we go camp, I mentioned, but I just want to highlight Lebanon. President Bio, according to what he say, now he talk, right? He said the reason we make it go out here and why make it travel. So I give the person the answer now. Not some waiting me say, according to President Bio, during the time they ask her why they travel, on a what you call it, on a CNN interview, right? This not even local interview, CNN interview. They ask her, they say they travel too much. They say, oh, they travel because he get for go for medical, he get for go what you call them, clean the country image, all that kind of thing. And they waiting our image with Lebanon.
Image with Lebanon, I think it is clean.
Well, so the president tell we say, it not be tell say they go clean salary, we say they go strengthen what? The bilateral
relationships, yeah.
With Sierra Leone and Lebanon. But what did we end up seeing? Honeymoon. Sure. Then waiting I mean underneath, waiting and take money for over one.
That girl yes, die before me.
Yeah. No, I didn't die before me. waiting them take the money for, they say the president go on waiting. Medical.
He go what in? Not the honeymoon you go.
No, waiting and take the money for the over $1 million where they spend, they say they spend them for medical. One. But where the pictures there, what we see and the narrative, what we see out there, the president went on what? On a honeymoon. But waiting at the official report, we write, the president, they go on waiting. For go strengthen the bilateral relationship with Lebanon. Where did he end up going after that? Gabon. Anybody hear about that?
No.
The president traveled to Gabon possibly 3 or 4 times. Clandestine trips to Gabon.
Will this guy for adopt the Gabonese way of life or what?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, the current government gets a very strong affiliation with Gabon because I remember 35 years ago, we had the former Minister of Information, we only one of the best radio stations from, I was meant to be in Sierra Leone and he transferred from Gabon. We now the station we then call Radio Gabon. That's a long story, but if now look we go each later on. But Juma, I want to make one reference. The reference I want to make now on various different activities them and voting we don't get back in return from the president in all those visits. Physically, we've seen a lot of things happening in Sierra Leone. But the good thing about those things happening in Sierra Leone are done by individual Sierra Leoneans.
Things done in Sierra Leone?
Yes. Okay. For example, you have Sierra Leoneans who are doing a lot of work in Sierra Leone. Charitable work, business type of work. But if the president they travel all over the world for build the image and bring investment into the country, what are the major developments where you don't bring na Salon? We not get nothing to do with Salon government.
All right. See, but make sure you adjust the mic fine so with the cut. But without a question, the first question when we go ask the post where they ask that question and we view as them. I'll just follow what they think, what they, what they do them thing here. Get for be honest to yourself. I want all, just take 5 seconds within yourself and ask whose business or whose company we don't can a salon in these 5 years. Whose one? Who you can think of. But if you ask me, in the last 10 years of the previous government, how many companies were Kana Salon, T-Boy?
London Mining, African Mineral, Gulf Gold, the Sierra Retail, Adax, and wood construction companies were there as well.
How you name it?
Yeah.
So how many companies don't can a saloon inside these 5 years?
Gentle company.
Gentle was there. Gentle was there. So can.
I feel say you forget yourself. Now make us company. Which one? Suma Group.
Yes, Suma Group come. Yes. Suma Group.
Which one again?
Suma Group come. They don't take we airport to give away airport to them. So now they own our airport. We don't have an airport anymore.
Which one again? I mean, but I think I can't. Well, sometimes maybe we need to see them, but then they won't need to see them.
Well, I'll ask with viewers them, please, una guide we. Who's company? Because let's make they ask this question.
No.
People say we are biased, the government and President Bill don't deliver so much for Sierra Leone. So we are asking the question, you as a Sierra Leonean, we don't know. Educate us, please. Who's company them? We don't can a salon inside these 5 years.
Well, I mean, Suma no more and Gentle. We Gentle.
I say pull Gentle not the picture. You Gentle not the.
I didn't pull Gentle though because it's not a new company. It not be doing an Escoman government.
Okay, all right. So that's the first question. So if you ask who's tangible developments we don't can the country, you tell me, waiting really, you go point and say, now this government don't do where they start, they finish on their own.
The Shengwe Pier Bridge.
By changing the name.
The Ida Kontofili Bridge.
No, there's no bridge like that. Kasila Bridge na Lunge.
Oh, na Kasila Bridge de Lunge.
You don't say no today, they say Kasila.
I don't know.
Okay. So
who's why again? Well, I remember now he gave me task day one for jump me.
Yeah.
The new city hall.
That's not their development. Omrigoli can take praise for that because he was the ambassador to South Korea.
The new hospital way in Kenyama Road Hospital.
That was an existing hospital where we done the paint, then they refurbish them. Yeah.
The Kalang Road to Liberia.
That road been done there, we don't make so the point two side and be left and they still there.
The Mabam Bridge.
Mabam Bridge operations be still there. You say you na the back you not so what you call you na they tell you when the project starts.
Hey, listen to me. You say make a name at the call. So I want to let you the council.
Government start and finish.
I want to say at the call the one the way they don't launch. Now they launch them.
Okay. So you don't really. All right, I've been missed that part. Now waiting then launch.
Thank you.
So waiting then start.
So manually different between start to finish and launch.
Mm-hmm.
So all what are the names on the one they wait then launch, not necessarily means that they don't start and done. Yeah, just the one that they don't launch. Who's one again? The Connaught Clock Tower.
Okay, I'll give them that. Yeah, Connaught Clock Tower, Kenema Clock Tower.
No, Kenema Clock Tower as well.
Yeah.
Not to then get Kenema Clock Tower, Africell.
That then claim a mode and then go launcher.
When I make I say launch, now launch that I talk about, you launched and I talk about so. Come on, see something. Look for me self cam. Send me a few company in the win and I'll be the director general.
Yeah.
The university in Akono.
Thank you.
So T-Boy University.
The foundation, the foundation don't come up to heights level, sir.
Yes. Then there would the Eastern University, the one
the Podloko Girls Secondary School.
That was part.
Kadisi say Girls Secondary School.
Hey,
Podloko, yeah. Now Kadisi say the only girls secondary school in our Podloko. So then call Kadisi say something secondary school. And you didn't mean Kadisi say.
Yeah.
That's in that Kadisi get on because you've done the bill from them.
Exactly.
And me, I not see President Madabio for big something. You name after posting, you name my himself. You go name him to Dr. Kadisi. It's not possible. But anyway, that's another one of the many. And then all the other secondary school, they say no being a put local, but not see the still.
Now the only country they build well, let me tell you about the SLPP. It's not new.
Of course, it's not new. I know.
People need to understand a pattern here.
Sababu
project during the war. We attest to now that there are places throughout the country where
but you don't give me more information. They say 24-hour lights now by Stephen, Kenema, Kono, and other districts. Yeah.
Stephen, okay. So Kono gets 24-hour electricity. Kenema gets, Kono
gets.
Okay. Bo gets as well. And other districts. Two other districts them again. The people from Bo and Kenema and Kono una confirm to we whether una get 24 hours electricity, because the last year we are member, the deputy minister of electricity bin go promise the people of Kono, say they give them 24-hour electricity. A year later, the president go there, he say I don't give una light here. All the people every day they say no get like. Then the president begin watch the sun. For us they say no to the lights now and the big the sun.
Don't come.
Yes.
Okay, you might be the system. I just stay for courtesy of friend.
No, they say there's a pattern.
Yeah.
With the government, with the SLPP. They put invisible projects, they hold the money, they eat them. That was clear with the Sababu project. Then go and put signposts them, signboard. Now empty field. Sometimes they put one small pan body. They say they 1 billion, so they put caretaker. Now that's them they do. Then they put the signboard na street. Then one pan body they inside. Then say they don't build school. For Sababu project, they eat all that money there. Now so salon education system for we don't develop education for don't reach, at least education for we don't become accessible. All part of the country after the war. SLPP eats all that money there. So that we're seeing the same again with this. Kono, on a university. University to see where they put in a pocket. In a hide, where you say Furabe College. You say Furabe College, they know so?
Yes, you don't have the hill, man.
You say Jala University, they know so?
Yeah, they want to get a branch in Africa.
You say Militi Magai, they know so?
Yes, they know.
You say IPAM, they know so?
Yes, and in Africa.
You say I am tech, they know so? I am tech.
They for junction.
Be there for junction also.
They still. You
say Bunubu Teachers College, they know so?
I know Sabi, but not go Bunubu.
But at least you don't hear about it.
I know your name, yeah.
Sabusa Freetown Teachers College, they know so.
Yes, I don't sabi.
Local Teachers College, no so.
Yeah, I don't see them. I don't pass.
Sabusa Technical Institute, they know so.
I can't remember. I sabi the
Sabusa Trade Center, they know so.
I sabi the Salon and Freetown, yes.
So this.
So you Sabusa Kono University, there?
Na Kono.
Yes, I sabi it. I sabi it.
Who's idea?
One question.
One
question you ask me for Sabida says Sabidi.
Who's
the president say Bilam no more? Who's the president say Bilam? That day.
Stephen Niale say even in village na Pendembu can get 24-hour light.
He left Stephen. The middle person that King they talk to. Stephen, I mean they talk to so T-boy. You forget say. You know me, brother. I don't know sign up Pendembu, you get 24-hour lights. I beg you, Stephen left you. I don't know when you come up na Pendembu. But if you say so, sometimes I don't know when last you come up.
No, he say in your house get sometimes a generator that they use.
Hey, Stephen, of course, Stephen, you also go get solar. Stephen, come on.
Yeah.
Stephen, don't forget say I'm to talk to so T-boy. And Stephen is a family friend, he's a good friend, and he's a family friend. Somebody who I don't know for possibly more than 20 years, and I know in family. I mean, he's not back safe again.
Tell Stephen, say, they do fact check now, they fact check.
I know, he know already, you know. Yeah. I don't need for tell, you know.
All right, and we go make sure, say, we call and just let tell we partner up and then we get 24-hour life.
Of course, Stephen, if you're not mind, we'll call you, make you tell you exactly, because we go left for no, because definitely, you know me, brother, I'm not going to can do something we possibly me not going to agree with, but again, I'm not going to challenge you, but let's challenge you now. Give us sure factual evidence. Because I've watched few of your posts earlier when you say you make mention to Yvonne Akinsoya, what he don't bring come for Salon, all these travel don't travel. The last travel where Yvonne go, where it take in PA go to where he pay for some $1,000. It counts $1.something million back in return on that trip.
But you know they make that comparison.
No, I want to make the comparison because again,
you know why you're not making it? We have President Bio who was mandated. You understand? Then serve a promise for serve Sierra Leoneans, not so Yvonne now we issue. If you have an issue with Yvonne, take it with Yvonne.
No, I just want to make that.
We're talking about President Bionaya in government 5 years.
Okay, send us living pictures or living evidence so that we'll be able to verify. You see, also we talk about things that we know. If you have other basis of your argument, show us. We'll definitely accept it if it is true or correct. We're not getting issued on that at all. So basically, yeah, we're waiting for the confirmation of everything we don't state say did, and then we can be able to address them. But as you still there on the chat, please continue to give us either picture evidence or factual evidence. Send us a link, and then we can check those links. Because I don't get this argument series of different times with people who they talk say President Bio don't make the first cocoa chocolate factory in a salon. I'm like, you're joking. Exactly so. And as I say, show me ID. Oh, go online, check ID. I say, look, we'll go check online, we'll look, we'll see if he did. And guess what? We did. Fact. There is a cocoa pod factory within Kenema. So chocolate they manufacture is owned by a Ghanaian company we come Ghana. We can open just a small production house for me then just prepare the cocoa pod, remove them from the cord and separate them from the pod and the shell. That's the only reason why they're there. And the person can't tell me they open chocolate factory in a salon. I say you the joke. He said, what's not a chocolate factory? Now we go understand some of these things when they talk about. So basically, like I said earlier on, there are individuals who are running private businesses in Sierra Leone for some reason, one with another. Everybody get the guys for car do business in salon.
One thing I'll tell you, T-Boy, what has been the worst achievement of this government. Now, on that, within these 5 years, you get more companies, more small businesses will close.
Yep.
We're not able to operate. Yep. They're not able to survive.
A lot.
Trouble. It wasn't COVID. It wasn't Russia-Ukraine war. Now the over taxation on people. Yeah. You know, things then just they go up, they not get control over the foreign currency and all of that make people
unable. It was done deliberately, Juma.
Yes, it was done deliberately. For stay in business again. So
what they wanted to do was to reduce the amount of local traders that we have in Sierra Leone because they believe that the majority of the local traders are not SLPP supporters.
Right.
All those small scale traders that we have in Sierra Leone, we could possibly get a business we work on them $500,000 or $1 million. We're not SLPP supporters. That's fact.
So now you get business, now you're able to sponsor a political party, now you make more.
Actually putting them out of business. That is the only reason. Because they want to cripple all other entities that doesn't support their agenda. So the only way they can do that is to increase taxation for all those small businesses. And they will not survive. So all the big businesses that were able to survive, they survived under their umbrella of actually getting their own revenues because they know these companies are bigger companies, they can make their own money out of them, and then they're not getting taxation. They all get tax-free exemption on taxation. They get exemption for. Can you imagine small-scale businesses trying to improve the life of Sierra Leoneans? Then they tax them for their own goods and services. The majority of them are charitable goods. Can you imagine people who they do solar business will not forget no form of tax leaving at their products? Then they still tax them. Now, at the moment in time, there is a serious issue with a container full of hospital beds for Kenema. Can you imagine this? A container of a 50 feet or 40 feet container full of hospital beds, brand new hospital beds, primarily for Kenema Government Hospital. It don't have now Wataki, they lavish there for over 3 months now.
And it's not private individuals.
Private individuals. Private organizations trying to help to support hospitals in Kenema. This is not for Kenema Government Hospital. And I'm not saying this out of joke. Because as on to talk about now very seriously. Because you know they can squeeze water from charitable organization where they can for help salon. or for help the community, and then at the same time, you want to for campaign 600 million for duty free. Hell no. So what if all what they can ask me for, I can't able for pay that money, I might as well just make the bed in a salon. Yeah. But I don't go able for source out a 40-feet container of brand new beds for a specific government hospital in Kenema where don't go down the drain and people are trying to help. And then when I still go tax for them, like for saying I sell them to go sell, even though they don't approach the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Finance, they don't do all things in their own rights. Why they know they get waiver, but in they give waiver then to come in the way they can abuse the country.
Not so they abuse the country. Then they give waiver to people that inside the government where they bring things for their own personal or for cancel and make money.
Come on.
They know they pay
talk
tax.
About say you don't do well. At the camp and family in health, well, not to family.
Yeah, we'll go there just now. Let's just go back to the issue of the economy. First term, inside salon. Now the first term this inside salon, where you get president, where traders then go to business people, go to them and go tell them about issue within the face. He say now the first term this in the area. And in what you call the Commissioner General na NRC, the National Revenue Authority, the bank governor did it, the Minister of Finance did it. But this president, they get cabinet meeting every week on Wednesdays. That's when they hold meetings, right? Every Wednesday there's a cabinet meeting. So what do they brief you on? Waiting the Minister of Finance, they brief you on. If the country economy, they go the way they go, then you don't understand. Public, nobody, president say no. That's the first time. Now, the first time in the history of Sierra Leone, where a government, the bank governor say, he bribed $68 million. Not to 68 million leonso, not to 6.8 billion leonso, not to 68 billion leonso, 68 million United States dollars. Now, he bribe. Forget foreign exchange for inside back the country.
So who are they bribing that money to?
Well, that's the question. Who are them he bribe? Because the one way he bribe, then they grumble so now they tax we too much with the struggle, now they get foreign currency. So who did you bribe? One. Now the first time this, even when we get junta, AFRC have been the most unpopular government, what you call a military regime, right? 9 months, people sat at home. They not agree for go work. They say then they do a sit-down strike. Then they appoint people them. But now only under this government we see the bank governor run away. Bank governor abandon. He abandoned the office. He run away. He go. Nobody know about him. The president will be appointed. No pull out a press release. I don't sack this man or suspend him or he's under investigation. Yen. He melts like salt in a soup. Bank governor, Professor Bako. This not supposed to be they sell dung Belgium then take for make bank governor. You understand? This is a professor. He run away after he don't give the country waiting 2 currency. Now only under this government, new currency can we really say how many containers missing? How many containers? All the container,
not even
all the container of the new money disappear.
And then talking back say the money disappear. Can you imagine?
Tell you back say the money lost.
This is not the first step. So that been get key to the vault.
Well, from what a key to outside they want go keep am.
So container way big so they lost.
Yes, the container lost, but you still they see new money where they inside packets, inside plastic. Outside that money they come out.
Now, one party container they will go missing.
These are the questions they don't want the people of Sierra Leone to ask. These are the questions where the issues then they don't let people discuss. It's very uncomfortable. That is why they don't want social media to exist. They don't want people to protest. They don't want rallies. These are the reasons, not to any other thing.
Yeah, but it's practically impossible. Let me tell you one thing. I overheard the case of Donald Trump yesterday and the use of social media. And they were asking the defense lawyers them, what's now not take on some of the statements the way Donald Trump they make on social media. And their comments back was nonsense. We're not here to defend Donald Trump on social media, but that is where Donald Trump is getting the highest momentum of what he's doing in America. So you cannot ignore that. You cannot ignore that. You cannot ignore a statement from the former president of the United States where he make on social media and you're telling people you're not here to defend what he says on social media. Really? But you use that same comments there where sometimes he will make on social media in his defense.
But you shouldn't be going far to make reference to Donald Trump. President Bio in Insai is on record using social media when he was in opposition for encourage people say social media is the place to be. Now there you they get momentum, you get for engagement, you send one audio or what you call it, they go reach all sides, they go viral.
You know what we cannot make mention, huh?
Why?
I just want to trigger people and when we say the social media will they enjoy so today, would that make them popular into politics?
Now President Bill, man tell we so for use them. Say no use them effectively, no way.
They make them popular in the politics of Sierra Leone. So basically, he used it to the best of his ability and we make it get power.
And he's still using it.
No, he's still using it because again, in Minister of Information, is always criticizing things that happens on social media. But which platform is they use for disseminating false information into the
Talk
nation?
to the minister now on social media. President Bill, they tweet more or less every day, but the only thing we do is block people them. Anybody will go there will comment still and not like then they block them. How can you be that petty and low?
Because you are failing to accept critical criticism. That's all it is. And again, because if in social media team be sensible enough, it is a clear manifestation of how you should govern yourself because people are telling you what you're doing wrong.
Exactly.
If you have people who are not telling you in your face, at least you have people who have the guts to tell it to you on your social media feed. So all you need to do is review your feed and see how you review your administration because they are telling you all the mistakes that your administration is making. You might think you are saying to the world you don't know what is happening, but people are reminding you of those activities on your social feed. So what you do, you review your social feed and that will give you a direct direction, not to you directional, but a direct direction of where your government should be heading to. Because as far as I'm concerned, if you don't get feedback, whether positive or negative feedback from your feeds, it means you're not paying attention to what is even happening on your social media platform. If you decide to block somebody because of what the person say, I agree with them, that means you're blocking your mindset of changing your attitude to reality. And that is hard. Anybody will accept criticism. I'm not going to say you're not going to succeed, but it is going to be a struggle for you to succeed because you can never be perfect all the time. You will make mistakes here and there. Everybody can make mistakes.
But the sad thing is, if they block people, when they say whoever in a handler, it carries who's the owner is President Bio. He's the owner. If they block people, one, two, they allow on a tag them. If you tag them right now on a post, that post, they see them, they become visible. You understand? That's how they operate. Now, so President Bio, they operate. Now, so most of the institutions, them, including the ECSL, won't tag them on something. Then they block them for become visible. So not tag them on any controversial thing or for challenge their own view. So as far as they are concerned, we come out, we read you prescriptions, end of, you should not ask question. Like the real African, you understand? The real African doctor, we go to tell you say you get malaria, for ask Kamuska malaria. You understand? I don't tell you.
Just drink the medicine, drink and just take
the medicine. If you don't want for drink and come on, so me don't tell you what they do. We for do operation for you because you get typhoid.
And you never ask why you do the operation.
No.
That's a doctor.
That is how President Bio they run in social media. Sadly though, they always make reference to social media.
All the time, constantly, every day.
every day they make sure mention on
Every
social
day.
media.
Not a day will go by.
Floating around social media.
Thank you.
That. Yes.
But initially, when this administration starts, the first thing where they begin to now for do all their administrative work on social media. So when is done, I know somebody then call and say, I don't see that document. Which one? Hey, press release, so office of the president. It pleases the president to relieve you from one lie. That's how they were dismissing people on social media.
So they dismiss now, so they appoint. Yeah. But not only come to talk now, and I'm going to say how it starts in administration. Now, so it end up.
Because Baku people that way, again, anyway, on certain occasion, then the president, instead they ask you, say, you don't see on social media. Oh, yeah, social media, eh? Okay, now I'm join you. Because if you not join, you're left behind. Can you imagine? So every activity of the government when they start in operation was done in social media. Facebook, WhatsApp, every activity that then in the sack, and then in their points. So man not even know saying no sack, and somebody talks and they say, me man not can office again, no, they don't sack you. Insai, I'm not gonna letter you let her in on social media, go forward onto you.
I said T-boy, then go pull people inside the motor car. He they drive, he then at traffic now.
Yeah, I remember that patrol day. Government patrol.
Normally part traffic. Yep. You don't come out walk, you go na use for go next day for go walk.
You can't do.
I mean, if I can't on this motor car, you not get job again. Can't on. They pull you, they not get for what go na use. Now the end of your job that.
Yeah. Okay. Juba, let's give this medical thing an audience. Look who done and then.
You know what? Quick, we get for go to waiting the thing that we don't promise we will not see it. This will ask about waiting it don't do. We'll never foresee nothing. Now we get for go look at waiting in promise we or the thing that way it pronounce say it they do, we not do. But let's go to the medical force.
It's on the first list of the thing that way. Okay, the topic say President Bio's 5 years on health. Right. So if you they watch and you they listen, please pay attention to some of the things that they read, because sometimes it will relate to you, or you might have an idea, or maybe you go directly connect it. 40% reduction in maternal deaths from 717 per 1,000 deaths to 443. The largest maternal mortality decreased in the West and Central Africa. Is there any statistics to back that up, Juma?
Let me tell you for the first problem, Yanda. People not go to hospital again. So you know even record them whether they die or not. Man, and they die in their house because you don't even get transport for going to hospital. You are wait for popo and for crying going to hospital, they angry. So if afraid for going to hospital, let them go tell and say for pay 50,000 leons. Not even 5 million, 50,000 leons. So he rather he manage in possible sick na us, or the possible sick. He's so sick, he no one be burden to his family, or even pronounce say he's sick. He go lead on na us, he die in a respectful way, a natural, what you call, and then they sutram, like how can say, them make him fight and go bury him.
But Juma, if we can get a doctor with a die of poor medical infrastructure, as Sierra Leone include, i.e. lights to be specific, then how can these statistics be?
Thank you very much. And how many times where doctor then don't tell patient then say this now for government and country way? Doctors them now hospital they beg a family for discharge. Then sick person from hospital say they're able for see sick, let them go men and country in Sierra Leone. I am not making it up. It's not a story.
I know. Listen, a story.
This is not a story.
Attention, a story. Not a story. Story.
So you tell me how that statistics they go correct, where they not even know cause of death. Now people that they massacre so na Pademba Road. You able for know how many people were that? The people that died at Pademba Road now almost down there first.
I don't know. The can't not ever be stable. If they fluctuate.
Thank you. So how you get that statistic? They end up in a mortuary, right? Government go bury them. But then they tell me, say, now 400 people. Tell me, T-boy, how many rest in peace where you they see every day on WhatsApp or Facebook from Sierra Leone?
Maternal death.
Okay. I say then they go hospital.
not so death in general.
Then not they go hospital. Me they tell you that all the death them now, then not they go hospital first.
Okay. The next one will be amazing. Now let I read the next one. It's now in five years in office, constructing a new 155-bed pediatric center of excellence in Lumley community with funds from government of Japan.
Where is that pediatric hospital, the 150 beds?
It's in a Lumley community.
No, just go Lumley community. I don't have an issue with that. The only hospital where then a Lumley, okay, supposed for be the Lumley community or health center will be there, where the previous government 155 beds where they don't build the structure where presidents build in government can they abandon them. They abandon, they don't even go near there. They say then they investigate them for commission of inquiry, but because they not going to finish them, let it be say it's a APC started project we then complete. What they end up do, according to Otu Yeri, now somebody, one neighbor in us, now then go rent. Where they near there, now then they go there as Lumley Community Health Center. So there is no hospital in Lumley. If they were being get a T-boy, Femi,
I know. Like you don't see the picture, eh?
If they were being get up, not only for don't be the flagship.
They didn't even put them on text. Then they put the picture.
The picture not on top the roof of that hospital there.
Hey, well, now what you say? But me, I don't know say Salon no ever get pediatric hospital. But this is not first in the history. I don't know what's our different.
155 what you call a bed pediatric hospital na Lumley. Who's part na Lumley? I lived in.
We go ask with VR them because we get beaucoup VR they will come off from Lumley. So
we live na Lumley for over 10 years.
Hey, Juma, you don't come on, you don't pass 10 years. Left no. You forget you don't international exile.
Well, but again, I still get family in Lumley. Therefore, don't tell me. As recent as
Juma, your family they sick for God's hospital. What did they talk?
Okay.
You forget say that cause I get pharmacy next door when I do buy all the medicine there.
I get paddy then still where they Lumley.
Then they sick coconuts or neither nobly because then begin already sick na malaria. Then they get bang house. Please, let's move on.
All right, carry on. 155
initiated the hospital on wheels. You sabi that film when they call Wheels on Wheels, Jackie Chan and somebody? This now hospital on wheels buses which have freely treated over 11,000 Sierra Leoneans across 8 districts. This now health on wheels.
Okay. I saw those buses. Looked fancy and really equipped the way we look. I saw a few of those buses. I don't know how many, but listen to that. In 5 years, you have hospital on wheels, treats 11,000 Sierra Leoneans. How many Sierra Leoneans they will get by the country?
7 million.
7.something million. So that you not even consider that one day in any way. And then
so 11,000 are in the provincial towns, 8 districts.
Right. So 8 districts, 11,000 people.
So look, we say 1 per district, 1,000 1,000 someone get per district.
Right. So let's go far and say 2,000 per district. How many people live in one district? If you get 300,000 people in one district.
Oh, Juma, which kind of kiss, man? Because then go to kiss paracetamol.
That was my point. Where one so, but tell you say they're not equipped for treat people. They're equipped for give you what you go refer to as emergency treatment. Then they refer you.
Yeah, so basically like consultants.
we did what? We did what? We did a medical mission, right?
Medical mission, yeah, for consultation where we will go, we look at the patient there, we diagnose them, and then we give them
exactly. Most of the problem in there, where do you refer them to? Because we host the medical mission part of Connaught, they will go pull patient them up on wheelchair, and bring them Kandong because of that. So if you do medical on wheels, it's fine. It's just like how we get what do you call those places? You can get one near Connaught, you can get one at Syke Street, school clinic. You know that school clinic those days? You go school clinic, they will look after you, but then get for refer you. Okay, let's carry on. We don't see medical on wheels.
Reduction in malaria-related deaths by over 47% from 2018 to 2022.
I need to talk left that give Femi because made God. Femi, the number of calls where you they get for sick people, where you get for send money for go hospital and treat and waiting mostly that they call you for. Say waiting do that. Where you ask them, who's kind sick you sick? When I wait for Femi, it come. Yes, Femi, go ahead.
Ask the question back, Juma, please.
I said, in these 5 years,
yes,
I know and certain that you don't receive so many calls from Sierra Leone for people who are sick.
So you do go.
You therefore send money for go hospital. Waiting and they call you say, nah, then who's kind sick with them get?
Well, you know we can't see now. We not get we not really get the NHS will get naso. You know we not get help. So yeah, so we waiting on the diaspora. We get a lot of calls them. You know, but I think most of the time it's malaria, typhoid. And you know, even though I know we not call safe, when you go hospital in general and salon, that's an entity for, because of we get sanitation a problem. So literally we did drink pour water. Most of we houses don't have pipe borne water. You know, we're not able to get rid of we waste properly. So all intended to get a mosquito. And make most of them and the sickness would get malaria and typhoid.
Exactly, because waiting at the cause, if you're able to treat the waiting the cause malaria, how did you reduce malaria? Malaria
related deaths.
Malaria related death.
Yeah.
Because again, it come back to the first thing I've been telling you where sometimes you be facing a joke. I tell you say people not they go hospital anymore.
Yeah, true. I agree.
They don't. So then I go then, I go complain for say, for let you get a data say na malaria. When they sick the malaria, they go na the I call up the drugstore, to the pharmacy, to one nurse within an area, one pepper doctor within an area, or you go soak bamba or shake couture. Now shake couture self not there because they don't cut all the tick them. Broomstone not there again. They never start them there. So
no, but Jema, you're right. To be honest, even we self all been small or we been in the salon, we not been in really go hospital for malaria. Malaria most of the time got treated at home. Now way it reached na the, you know, I don't call on the fatal point, but we reach, you know, extreme 9 people like members in the hospital. And a salon, most of the people already go hospital. Again, for some strange reason, all my way go hospital, then they get them drip. That's another thing we came on me because that's another call that we usually get. Say, well, I get for go take drip.
The drip is the easiest form of cure because they put the medication through the drip, so you go inside your vein and instant cure within the next couple of hours.
And hydrate you at the same time.
Yeah, it will stabilize you as quickly as possible.
Yeah,
that's why they use drip because they do intravenous liquid transfer. Isn't it, Juma? Is that how they call it?
Yeah, IV fluid. Because the drip not like a water, it's just that it's sterilized, it's you know, all that kind.
Most times then they push the drugs them inside the
so then put them inside there so you easy for go and flush whatever in the system. That's what they do. You know, because remember again, say Femi, the place hot, you understand? People are, you know, dehydrated, they don't lost water, you know, they drink better, more so now. Yes, and so we go the first day they have for do now for get and they so if they for stabilize any other treatment where they can at least be able. So that's one of the reasons behind based on your understanding.
So I really wonder how we get the fact say you know malaria deaths they don't drop, eh?
Yeah,
by a huge amount of thing that no then they really and truly they bug me because I not see how.
But it's true.
I don't see how it's possible.
Most of the death now they occur by firing squad. So maybe.
but with statistics improve anything. So you know we get to always be very careful how these statistics because we can use them for benefits we can use them for.
Thank you.
You know, for
the statistics it don't contradict itself by the next statements what they can read.
Carry on.
With the text say malaria deaths issues has dropped down 47% in the country. But tell me if this one will endorse that. Healthcare donors' confidence has been restored with more funding support received from partners to the health sector. So if healthcare is stable, do we have more funding to restore it already that has already been restored? Or we seek less funding now because we have stabilized our healthcare sector?
No, so that they tell you again, like you say, is the pattern of this government. During that time, they say our 11 years war don't ravage the country, left the country this, they suffer, make with people poor. So we go what we call and forget, let them wave with debt off, right? The HIPIC program, debt relief, and all of that. Now, when we ready for go to the donors, them, they cry, say, COVID don't cripple with healthcare system. You understand now the Ukraine-Russia war don't make it worse. So we healthcare system they're in a bad state. So we need funding for help improve the healthcare sector. But then the country say don't improve. If you don't improve, how are you justifying the funds that you need?
Thank you. That's my question. Because my question is, if you build your house, you don't put the foundation of your house, you don't restore them.
So you don't roof out.
You go seek money again for make you can do the foundation?
That's the question.
You don't. So I go trust you, say, okay, well, you don't begin build yours, you don't stabilize everything. So are they withdraw me funding now because you will struggle, right? So why do we have an increase in donor funding? So the health sector specifically, after we don't get all the development as we don't happen, we they in the favor.
And this just go back for justify you earlier point that we not suffer during COVID because we get more funding in Sierra Leone during COVID. So the government not for Christ say anything now because of COVID. No. Because more money come inside Sierra Leone during the COVID time. We not lost money. We make more money, but for few people left.
Listen to this now. Disease surveillance and emergency systems are strengthened with operationalized ambulance system.
Okay.
Verify.
No, Stephen Nyale. Stephen, how much ambulance in your village na Pendembu? Let Stephen tell me, because Stephen
will come back to me. He will answer the question.
They tell me how much ambulance. What we know, say during Ebola, there were over 100 ambulances, right?
Yep.
What we see. When President Bioka, what he been do? I tell you, say how we start. That's how it end. He take all them ambulance, then they will be done there. He parade them at all the village. All the side they went doing thank you to them. He go their ambulance, then they like say, I'm bringing their car. Within 1 week, we don't take over. Where the ambulance then today?
They're all on some project on people in backyard.
Thank you very much.
All right, so let's move on. Again, this one amazing. Commissioned 48 healthcare facilities across the country in 5 years.
Okay. Commission 48.
Yeah.
Who's one them? Is it one way you go paint? where you change the silo text, because I don't even call it roof or silo text. But we have how many programs there, how many videos we'll see, not from us, but from AYV and SLBC about both government hospital, where they talk about it. Blood no day, light no day, water no day, na torchlight then they use. Not also. This is not me and you saying it. Now, both government hospital, the president in stronghold or supposedly in stronghold, then say drugs no day. When they can go post we sick, the people in the hospital now they get for put money for buy fuel for the generator. Then they buy petrol for generator. The person we sick, and they buy petrol for the generator. Now here we see them beat a whole medical doctor because he say waiting. Cottage, hospital no get blood, water no day. Where they go for go born?
Now you
go to buckets and water.
Yep. You go that big kias.
You go to big kias, water, they go to packet water, where they go for go born. Blood not in at the place. Cannot. We see waiting they happen there. What happens? And so outside the 48 healthcare facilities then they.
What two now one?
Huh? It's where Femi watch you. Forward two.
Well, I get for three down one day in because we see they make claims say they have renovated 5 wards at the Connors Hospital, and Ward 2 was mentioned among those 5.
So Ward 2 and the other one way, how you call that, Toshpa, then renovate
yes.
as well.
Yes.
Was that Ward 10 or Ward 9?
It's not Ward 10.
Right.
So they highlighted all those wards as some of the improvements we don't do now the Connors Hospital. And with another private ward, we now be, I think that some international NGO they do that ward back as well. So basically, let's move on.
No, move on. Let's clarify for the people of Sierra Leone.
Yeah, but one let's say Ward 2 and the other ward they were touched by do and the other ward they were done by the foreign NGOs. They're not to government institution, not a government ward. We all know Ward 2 is the best ward in Sierra Leone and is not government owned. And we don't have funding for that. We scatter around, and Mrs. Ayata Sise Jallo and her husband and people will donate to that particular project day, and we will sit down and deal with that particular project day. Not get a penny kobo.
So the 48, right? Is it 48 or 45?
48, yes, 48.
So 48.
Wait, go back. Like can give you one statement.
Yeah.
Yes, 48, correct.
48. And we don't see President Biode Pandu tour, right? Now the whole country. How many of the hospitals and the way you see it go to or mention, say, I make hospital naya for una the people there?
Well, I not see them by the video yet because they're not taking to no establishment other than park rallies or play field rallies, because I would have expected him to be visiting all those premises and making sure that people understand this is what I have done. I placed this here for you. Those will have been possibly
the previous government, right? Where they do their report from agenda for change to agenda for prosperity. They documented. Then will tell you, say, Kailaon not being a hospital or the hospital will be there, they've been dilapidated. Now, so we don't do, right? Now, this we don't do for improve from this stage to this stage. You see pictures before, during, and after.
Yeah.
You see Pujeon. They will tell you, say, now this we do na Pujeon Hospital. Now this we do na the Bo Government Hospital. Now this we do na Kenema. But of course, Kenema them in Tawa, they don't want no development from APC. And the first people there, they want to see bad to themselves.
Living testimony. I was there at some point, so I saw it myself.
Where?
Living testimony. I was there at some point, so I saw it myself.
All right. Then back to themselves because then go make the road and say no. They don't let them make the road, then they wait for President Bio for can make the road. Now the first
still not make anger road too.
Yeah, the road still not make it. From when they wait for President Bio, they don't make the road because an APC road.
You know the funny thing? The main high road na Kenema na Hanga Road. Yeah. Then left Hanga Road, Then come all the way to Usai Anga Road end, where starts now, say, like you go towards Kailau now. Now they then begin the road. Now the playing field, the former Kenema playing field. Now they then begin the road. When I just did the official Kenema town end. Can you believe that? From that point there, Tego Kailau or Pujong, now falling, tutu.
Because yanda we don't make. That's why they start yanda for later, like I say. Now
Not only make a more, not only make a more. They talk about the Anescoma government.
Right.
Now the Anescoma government able so when they block the north of make Anga Road.
Yeah.
They no one development there. So they start the development at the end of the Kenema town boundary. Outside all airfield been there. Now then they start the road now for take and go Pujong and Kailau. Can you imagine?
So they don't make the road for them now?
No. Ask somebody the way they can for tell you that. Stephen, just come again, you just know. I beg that the Anga Road don't make because we have for no. And need to be honest, when they make the clock tower in Kenema, you know, see the picture?
Steven say them the one for make the road and collect 80% kickback. But why make now una not make them when una not they collect kickback? The people are still not get the road. Law agree say then the mayor be refused for let them make the road because of kickback. What did not happen in these 5 years? Or now one for they use for promise them for campaign say when they make the road, when I come back.
Yeah, not if they don't make the road. If they make the road, it will be amazing because Kenema is one of the most undeveloped parts in Salon. Even though they get the highest amount of government officials in this particular government right now, I go talk down one day with clarity.
You didn't send me the picture there at the road.
No, they don't make you send me the picture. But if you have to open the road, if you go online, say in this here, Kenema Highway, just go to Kenema Main Road, Hanga Road, is exactly the same as it is.
Yeah.
Even worse.
So,
and guess what? For the fact that they not still allow President Bio for make the main hangar when at the public road where all man they see where go inside Kenema, they make the side roads them.
Yeah.
Side roads.
President Koma.
President Koma, he make the Dama Road, he make the Sumaila Street, he make Masakoi Street. But the main hangar road, they say no, they didn't make it. Because at the main hangar road, all man they see we can inside Kenema. So then still people in future say Kenema is not.
Do nothing, for Kenema. How can you be that so wicked to yourself?
It's sad. Okay, let's move on.
Right.
The Mada and Fatima Bio Foundation is constructing an SGBV Center of Excellence with an administrative block, a 500-bed hospital, and a nursing school at the 34 Military Hospital Wilberforce.
Okay, so you see, we tell people how this government starts with deception, and so they end with lies, mountain of lies. So 34 hospitals started with what? How many stories they would hear? You said 34 hospitals.
Yeah,
I want you read them back for me, please. Read it back.
The Mada and Fatima Bio Foundation, who starts for Luna London. I remember me and Femi. That was about 7 years ago, and Femi. To be precise, yes. Because I will start a foundation day. With some man can just talk.
Hey, Timber not talk so. Not so we start the foundation, no. This kind talk dandy. Say them call me for go work on the foundation, for go help them for develop them. Then they not pay we yet.
No,
man talk complain. They not pay we yet. Not so we start some.
So particular Mother Foundation owner.
They engage we for make we go help them for 30 days, my brother. Penny. So they not pay Tibo, we come here and not see.
I want to put trouble like you.
They are big. Not tell people and say now we go start that foundation. They are big.
Hey, family, Femi. Now they will be the first media consultants for that Fatima and Mada Bio Foundation. I get evidence. I go show now one. You know. I get pre-production and production evidence. I get pre-production, production, and post-production.
Production evidence.
Oh, you know. Okay, back to business.
Yeah, read that from
and Fatima Bio Foundation is constructing an SGBV Center of Excellence with an administrative block, a 500-bed hospital, a nursing school at the 34 military hospital Wilberforce.
Okay. Again, what you read so, and what happen at Lunge airport are the same thing. Okay. One, you don't hear Fatima Bio been say in the construct hospital at 34. Usa hospital already there. Usa a nursing school already there, or training whether the train nurse system already exists. Okay.
They get 500 beds there.
I don't know how many beds they have at the 34 hospital, but now one of the place that we know for say where something happen, who and they say let go. If you not go corner to say for go 34, right? Corner or 34. So it's always been there. If you are adding buildings, you're not building a hospital. That's one. Two, the area is framed up because they want to collect funds for justify hands of our girls, sexual, gender, based violence center. Now I see then they construct, they know so?
Yeah.
SGBV center, na 34. Administrative building with a 500-bed hospital. Yeah, I put them in. So all the things the way they make. So now, who do they go collect the funds?
Now, Fatima Bio Foundation.
Fatima and Mother Bio Foundation. Fatima and Mother Bio Foundation, where are they registered?
In UK.
In the United Kingdom. Who say their office day? Manchester.
Na Manchester office day?
And don't move go Manchester, bro.
When? Are you know that, Juma?
Okay.
You know that consultant in making.
So Manchester.
Juma, wait, Juma. How you do not say Fatima and Mother Bio Foundation?
Well, Google it right now and ask Fatima Mother Bio Foundation.
Is it on Google?
Go and search it right now.
Is it on Google or now you are the latest consultant with the hire?
It in a company's house. They register.
Let me go check out for you.
Yeah,
so, okay, hold on a sec. Why did they move the headquarters from London to Manchester?
I left that for good reason.
Strategic.
Yes.
Okay. All right, cool. Let's move.
Yeah. But let me search out for we.
Who know you?
Exactly. It in a company's house. Either whether it functional right now or not is another question.
It is functional. Of course, it's just
no,
like
no easy way make they say that.
Never been discussed. I mean, it's never been disbanded. It's still functioning.
Yeah, they started. Them even get what you call in Wales.
They have a branch in Wales.
The office been there at Wales at one point, or
they like that. So okay, wait, hold on a sec. I now see a strategy. So the office,
they move.
The office they move for specific reasons.
Yes. And at specific times.
Yes, so the office
is... I make a check whether it's still the Manchester because...
Okay, I get your point now. All right, fine. Okay, move on.
So, Fatima Mother Bio Foundation is a private entity. It's not a government.
No.
So, not a government achievement. Okay? So, you see how the contradiction, and it just go back to justify what you've been saying earlier. This is a secondary school na put local.
Yeah, School of Excellence.
School of Excellence, where Dr. Kadisi say been done the bill or people they don't be the bill on behalf, they don't claim and say na their own. Right? Now so other projects then are different places, including Connaught Clock Tower and Kenema Clock Tower, when I have myself fund them. They don't claim all that one day. So this is how they do things. Like how they go change that Juba Bridge. How you call them? Wallace Johnson Bridge, I tell Wallace Johnson Bridge to Shengbe Pier Bridge. Well, it look like I say, not them.
This is how we do it.
Exactly. Changing Lunge Airport to waiting. Freetown International Airport for let look like I say na new thing. That bridge, Chief Adikali Modu Bridge, where the wait man is against with the line say no. This is Rogbere Bridge, and the man talk begin to create. Say now we found this from 2016. He yourself gains.
Where see you make waste man land, you must know how things bad.
Must know. Even what's the lady's name? Lisa Chesney. He says talk Creole by force. Where they go do land. They all land Creole by force.
But you know the reason why many land Creole? Because they want for many people to understand exactly what they say to the grassroots. So the layman, when they hear English. But anyway, the other one who I come to next is very interesting. Expanded primary. I don't understand this one. Sometimes you might go for explaining details. Expanded primary health care services by increasing primary health care units, PHUs, to 1,500, spread throughout the country so that every Sierra Leonean can have access to health care within a 5-mile radius.
Okay, let's go 2 things here so first. I want to refer you back first to that 40-something what? 48 what?
48 hold on. 48 healthcare facilities.
48 healthcare facilities, brother. They not tell you who's kind, which in that category. They don't tell you say PHUs 1,000 some hundred within 5-mile radius.
Yeah.
Femi, talk first.
I'm just want to ask T-Boy one question quickly. T-Boy, we hear about what accidents will happen. I think it's around Kenema area. We then drive the person car all the way inside Freetown for can get care.
When? Which car accident?
Listen, so you tell me about the cars.
Accident. Oh, okay, you mean the Minister of Mines in accident? Apparently, they said they're supposed to fly out of the country. In fact,
you tell me, say the accident happened, Insai?
The accident was gruesome. I don't get enough details of that accident there because.
But then drive and car all the way inside of Giton.
But I won't be surprised because there is no healthcare facility in Kenema that will possibly sustain his injuries.
But wait you read so you know see them get
facilities
within 5.
No,
wait, I beg, please read that 5-mile radius. So now tell me from Kenema to Freetown. No, almost
it's about 100 and something miles.
Okay, so almost hospital you go don't pass.
Of course. Or almost healthcare units you go don't pass, or almost health facilities you go don't pass. Not say hospital because the hospital then possibly doesn't exist, but almost PHUs there were you don't need PHUs actually. But how many healthcare facilities you don't pass before each Freetown?
Because now emergency not so. Na emergency.
Low
talk to when na emergency. Yes, eventually you go one drive and go na the right hospital. We go take care of them. But first and foremost, you go stop na the first place for make una stabilize the patient and make una get that first basic treatment.
Initial medical treatment
before you send them off to
a wounds or something. Yeah.
Thank you. Not just banning wounds. This is a serious accident. You go stabilize the man in symptoms before you send them on to a specialist hospital. But for say they not do that deal, then drive them from Kenema. Reach us hospital in Kango.
Emergency hospital.
Imagine. Almost mile.
Not so government, you know.
The emergency in a specialized
the emergency hospital is run by what? MSF.
Yeah.
And what's it called? MSF. Now that they run a medical.
Yeah.
Medical, yeah. Medical borders, Medicine Sans Frontières, and then they run them, not to government the emergency place. But we pray the young man, let God cover him and let God give him medicine and healing, because nobody really wish that on anybody. But for let a government they lie that they don't improve healthcare drastically like this and say within 5-mile radius, inside Freetown first. Inside Freetown.
No, but Juma, the serious thing, if you cannot look after your own within 5-mile radius, who would you look after?
Exactly.
But this is their own. This is one of the bread baskets in Sierra Leone and the minister of that nature. had a
Yeah, Minister of Mine.
like this, it means you cannot look after your own within that radius of whose side the accident take place. What if it was a life-threatening accident where the man for don't survive within a space of an hour, and you get for take them possibly an hour and a half or two for drive from Kenema to Freetown? An ambulance ride from Kenema to Freetown, now the biggest nightmare in your life if you never do them. Just drink alcohol and sleep, tell them you come back to Freetown because you did die.
What you say? Ambulance
ride from Kenema to Freetown, now the biggest nightmare in your life. Just drink alcohol and sleep.
Who's ambulance?
Any ambulance, wake you. Well, not to ambulance. Then most carry the goods.
Then Land Cruiser there. No.
Not to ambulance. Yeah. Because as stuff like if you get accident, you need to survive. Because the ambulance not go for ticket you. Can I empty boat you should dump. Anyway. So
tell me now first-hand experience.
Now they tell you so, no joke.
I don't inside ambulance. I end up sick past how I've been sick while inside the ambulance.
That's not a guarantee anybody.
No joke.
Not ever try. If you're not sick, if you're sick, sir, you got to be mindful when they put in an ambulance for transport you possibly from one town to the next.
So
you want to the entire Freetown safe.
So you get to agree with me, say we not get hospital within 5 miles.
Of course we don't. That's for sure. We don't have
because if we can get down there, then we'll treat that man before he reach Freetown.
I agree to you. Definitely, I do agree to you. Because again, within 5 mile radius, if you both see you get 1,500 PHUs, which is public health unit, right? And then if you're able to reach out to any kind of thing where you need in that particular area there. Okay, let's move on. Increase in salaries and benefits for eligible healthcare workers. That now CHWs, I don't know how comes they become eligible. Recruited 8,700 community health workers and assigned PIN codes to over 5,000 nurses across the country. Tell me, when last you come on the provincial towns of Sierra Leone within the past couple of years?
I went to the provinces 2020, I think, the last one.
2020.
Yeah.
All right. So basically, you get any kind of physical experience with any kind of medical center. You can't know for say you don't do a lot of work within the medical sector in the province. That's why I'm asking you this question specifically. Because the next question I'm going to ask you now, what are the capacity of nursing practitioners in numbers and in ability in those areas?
Well, the last trip to the provinces wasn't anything to do with medical, so I'm not going to comment on that. But what I know for sure is the medical providers, them we don't how I go put this, we don't meet engage with over the last few years, are not very happy with the state of things in Sierra Leone.
All right, so basically you are saying the yes, Juma. you get what's you.
What's you see,
is that actually the longer bet you? I bet them bet you.
The line I they pain me. You know, because for me, where we they waiting, what they talk now, and they bring instances for either support or debunk waiting the government they say so. Okay.
Right.
Few years ago, there was a video. I don't mention the Bo government hospital landed London. There was a video somewhere. I don't know whether it was Kailan. I think it was somewhere close to Kailan, that Daru area, where we see Comradem, right? With them picking them. Which make they reference the strongholds of the government. Now, for let them not go say na propaganda the other side they play. That is why I am putting it to inside familiar.
Yeah.
You understand? So Daru or their area, then they will see the people and come out. Comrade them, then they discharge themselves in the hospital with them picking them. Why? Because they say they don't go there, then sick, doctor no there, nurse no there. Yeah, that's one. Two, one incident happened in Sierra Leone in Freetown that concerned every Sierra Leonean. You remember that incident?
Yes, the tanker blaze.
Thank you very much. What happened? What will be they see? Say health workers, they know so.
Yep.
But it's people then.
I volunteered them within at the time around for actually hit people then.
Thank you. We recently saw stampede na State House. We're picking them for them. What you see? Na Connaught.
Connaught was full, no nurse for
healthcare worker and not
they don't have table, they don't have desk, they don't have bench. Yeah.
So where are the 8,000?
Well, not in Freetown. They're not in Freetown because Freetown is sea.
When I make reference to Darubak or somewhere in the eastern province.
Daru not in the proximity for the people able to see. But they say 8,700 community health workers. So basically, which community?
CHWs or whatever you call them.
CHWs, community health workers.
So what's in their role? We been get people there, they be don't train, first, and every day. So then get down and they pin code, then community health workers.
Well, they said they gave 5,000 nurses pin codes across the country.
All right. Well, nurses then I reward that too.
And they increased their salaries back as well and benefits. So eligible healthcare workers.
So what's in their salary before and almost then they pay them now?
I don't know.
And almost then salary worth now because we know for say, yeah, the doctor in salary not past $300 a salute. So something that $300 now $150. The salary, the doctor in salary in equivalent not been past $300. Because how many times we don't see doctors and don't strike within the last 5 years? It don't pass
a lot. A lot, because I'm able to gain count, but I think a lot.
They don't pass 5 term, no, so if you don't increase the condition of service, you don't improve on them and all that, and then why are they on strike? These are the questions we ask.
Juma, yes. Next one will be amazing.
All right, going to tell me that one that they listen.
You tell me why. No, this gets medical term. Maybe I go on for make you comment on that quick. Constructed an ultra-modern PEMOC hospital in Jojoima, Malema Chiefdom, Kailaon district.
So you not construct ultra-modern hospital na Freetown, Connaught, when are the main triage. It's not ultra-modern. But you go construct at Jojoima.
This now village will possibly comprises of maybe 300 people.
Jojoima and near outside the war been there where the war begin. You understand? Where rebel war begin as Salon.
Make us say this interesting past all the one.
Outside the war begin. And then side and then remote side. Then tell the war be they ask if rebel get tail.
Thank you.
When the war been there, then send and they. You don't construct Connaught hospital for be ultra modern. You know, both government hospital, it's not ultra modern. Kenema government hospital, it's not ultra modern. Kono main hospital, it's not. McKinney is not. Port Loco is not. That is the one that are the main districts them how they talk so.
Yeah.
You understand what you go say na the big hospital na the area.
The district headquarters. These are the district headquarters.
District headquarters
you abandon the all.
Yes. You not make ultra modern. You make an a Jojoima where motorcar road not there for us for go. Motorcar road.
Baby, I beg the outside police report. I don't like so. I don't like provoking, man.
Now Okada you will go with na Jojoima. Okada man they go inside.
Okada and they put you on top bicycle. Then somebody hold the person where they behind. They begin work out. Use Okada. Okada not they say. Anybody may get Okada na Jojoima na the chief.
Wait, then you work at the other half.
Now the chief now no get bike there. You know how they buy fuel? You know how many times a month they ride in bike? Send me over to you, side police documents. I bet let me not read this thing before you listen. That's a God in arguing that you. You begin it next now.
Tiboy, I read the document. I actually question the person who sent it to me because now proper well now pauper man say not even I question. I say, hey, my brother. But as I say, we'll begin. I'm glad for this document, Tiboy. Because this document now they say.
Are you having the same review of your documents will begin and now?
Hey, now they tell you this document what you don't tell we so we know say right now. We president to the first family and they all then they seek help in a salon. They know they travel. We know they get no visa for travel for medical treatment again. Until they say they don't pass something. Until you don't read, now you been read. I'm glad it's we not to me read now you read. So right now, anytime they want to come out of the country for go hospital treatment abroad, we supposed to stop them.
I mean, Jojema is not just a village; it's a remote village in Kailahun district. I see no reason why you to go put an ultra modern.
Well, on all seriousness, you know, Juma Tiboy, you know, I believe say we all na freedom we born not so.
Yeah.
Me na cottage. I believe say Juma save na cottage. Tiboy he save na cottage or na or not a cottage on a bone.
Me na cottage me bono. Oh, dummy.
Who said last you go there?
Honestly. The last time I go cottage, I'm not able to gain entrance.
Okay.
Because they were.
Let me ask you, family at the chat, how cottage did. When then inside the center of freedom, also most of we born the capital city, they not build ultra modern hospital there. They not build they will get picking and they will they die of all kinds of things. That hospital they honestly the last time I go there I was sick because it dirty. Yeah, it dirty, it hasn't been maintained properly. But yet then go build ultra modern hospital na so remote village. What's in the village name?
Jojoima.
Okay, I rest my case.
Then call Jojo, not so really. Anybody when I'm really gonna stand a song there. But Femi, on a very serious note, is this document an insult to the people of Sierra Leone, or it is a realistic document we don't want to let people and believe say these are some of their achievements in health?
The funny thing, T-Boy, a lot of people and believe. A lot of people and they read that document say where they be because not so government official pass and give me. They don't pass amongst themselves. It don't make the rounds. It don't social media. Then they use them for campaign. Then they use them for tell people and say detail and don't deliver. And unfortunately for we, a lot of Sierra Leoneans are gullible. A lot of Sierra Leoneans and believe waiting and they read so. So sometimes me and you today analyze and so something I in some man go the eye go open and then go see different. But at the moment, a lot of people and believe say this administration don't build their hospital also. Don't create their job also for all their nurses and doctor them. We will get nurse and doctor that we don't kind of platform. We don't contact with personally and don't tell we the hardship we then go through.
Wow.
Lie.
And for be honest, we have a doctor we clarified to we also say a couple of years ago say when they want for demotam na Pujong hospital in the Senam.
Thank
also,
you.
Pujong. It means that's a punishment for them. When they want for guest rid of an Connaught hospital, where they fit to say it go able for make small private practice, then they send them go Pujong. So now imagine they send a doctor who is qualified to Pujong. It's a benefit for the people of Pujong district. But why not send that doctor to Jojoima? We get an ultra modern hospital.
Tiboy, come on be in the hospital. Come on be in that village.
Tell me, this is like when you talk say you go build an ultra. Okay, you go build an ultra modern hotel, a 5-star hotel. No disrespect. In the middle of Beckham.
T-boy.
That is what it means to me, like, because at the end of the day, you know for sure, no sensible person no go there within the environment of Southeast London where they go pay £5,000 a night now a hotel just because them bill I'm right in the middle of Peckham, a 5-star hotel.
T-boy.
Not possible.
T-boy.
No sensible developer no go create that system.
T-boy.
No, Juma. No, you see, we go for big
See, but they don't call you full tip.
No.
And they do this now holy months, then, right? It's not Ramadan and like.
I beg no swear, I beg yeah.
And they pray to God.
Hey, Juma. I beg no swear, Juma.
Pull them.
Juma, no swear.
People and this. Let God make them or then
I don't tell you make you left for swear. No. Take them back. I don't tell you say. I get people in our government. Not can give me problem. I don't have for bury. I don't like so. I know the joke. Stop that, please.
But
take you swear back, I beg.
To be lying.
Only people that can't die by you swear. No, men and die natural death, no problem. They don't can die by you swear, I beg, please. If you swear, sometimes you go die by that swear, you don't know.
So you don't die. Nothing.
I beg you, left joke, please. I beg, please. You see that guy when they online just know them called Stephen Yali. Now, my brother. Him brother, the leader of government business. Can you imagine? So if you swear down, notice communicate. If you swear down, the swear go by Stephen Yali die. Let me get begging so. Left. I don't like so.
Right.
Look who swear the one way they eat the money. No, it will make sense. But if you swear that blanket sweaty, no problem.
Now they eat the money, now then they write this and give people for pedal.
My big no swear.
Okay.
When you swear it for don't back now foot. Make God look left case God let God deal with the normal.
Now because they also they left the case to God, now I make them get by and lie them.
No, now make we talk about the lie within the lie. Now you make me brother, make me what they on that. Tell them, make me say a lie instead they lie. Let you show the picture, make it get 24 light now, Panguma. Because as I come out, you can't lie to us. It doesn't mean whether you're my brother, I should cover your backs or anything. No, I don't do that crap. So basically, I will say it, but I beg you not swear. This is not fast month. God say anything you come on you must this month of Ramadan, it they endorse him. About big accident, so I not tell you say I feel so bad because he's related to me somehow. He come on me brother in village Usai mama come out. When I just couple of miles away from me village Kangama. So if he can't get problem, I'm not get begging. So I beg. People might think it's a joke. It's no joke. I'm serious. For the facts that we know the condole and crap, rubbish, and poor administrative structure the way they get. But if we continue for swear, we are all interrelated, bruh. No one can begin to begging the one after the other. Although it goes sad, but again, if it is the fact, it's the fact. May they don't swear all them, may they die. May they suffer the consequences. But this is the month of Ramadan, bruh, I beg. I don't want for beginning the bear on Insai just because of Juma and swear we got down Saturday. So you take them back, eh?
So, T-boy, when people here, you, okay, go back to that 34. I want to see something. Are they make comparison?
34 hospital?
Yeah, the SGBV one. Where Mada and Fatima Foundation.
The Mada and Fatima Bio Foundation is constructing an SGBV Center of Excellence with an administrative block, a 500-bed hospital, and a nursing school at the 34 military hospital.
Okay, they are not excellence. They're not at ultra modern. I'm just
no. They choose the words them for various different in what they're doing. So they're choosing their words. They're very crafty in the people that are writing.
Well, last year here about the ultra modern cancer diagnostic hospital in Salon. Where
they don't abandon on first because it doesn't exist. Because
the funding not working under.
First lady refused to accept the condition of the funding because it was coming directly from the Italian government and they wanted to be directed into their fund. The Italian government refused. They said they are going to do the infrastructural development of everything. Then they will have to spend the money from their own angle, not pass the money on to somebody spend. So that's why that deal was cancelled. So that did not get for happen. But again, it's just about the selfishness about the people the way they lead we at that front end.
So they rather alone losses, something we will benefit all man because the money they go in their pocket.
Sure.
Okay.
Another interesting, we have 3 more interesting ones. Increased budgetary allocations to the health sector from 9.4% to 11.6% of our GDP. Yes, Femi, you hear me? This now what's in the vice president say on input. So this now like 3 years ago. Not so recently. This now what's in the vice president say 3 years ago. Am I right?
You're right. During that Wellington disaster.
Yep.
The vice president contradicts himself.
Yep.
Or this document contradict the vice president because he been saying what's gonna be 6.something%.
Yep.
So
we don't know that contradicts to that.
Yeah, so it will say 6.something% to 11% of budgetary allocation. Remember, we do the whole program and ask what was the increase for.
Yep. We'll not be looking at the increase go. Yep.
We don't develop the health sector so much that even gauze, bandage,
they not get.
We not be getting hospital. Then be the manjalaji, with the fees, abili lie. Unagiwi bandage, peace, abili lie. We want gloves, peace, abili lie for God and Nabi. You understand? We not get this and that na the hospital.
Indeed, that was the very first time we ever see the president in a Connaught hospital.
And the vice president.
Yep.
Yes. And remember, so we don't have a challenge say before that.
Maybe don't put that challenge there out. Yes, I remember.
So if it says 6.something to 11.something, this document says it's 9.4
to 11.6.
11.something. Yeah. So that's about 2% increase.
Well, from about 3%.
You know, 3%, about 2%.
So 2.9, yeah, 2.9%.
Yeah. Right, so 3%. So about 3% increase.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Now the other interesting one. This is not the most interesting one because
you only want the most interesting.
No, but this one interesting past the other one because we talked about a few minutes ago. Supplied 506 ambulances with 24-hour services across the country.
Huh?
I think so now one of the ambulance there, so let me go down to hospital. That will be the sick down grassfield to guarantee. Remember? Yes, Juma, you hear me? 506 ambulances with 24-hour services across the country. Now that's make that boy die. May his soul rest in peace.
Whose boy?
That doctor.
I know.
24-hour services with 506 ambulance. Not a private vehicle can go to hospital.
Yeah.
A medical doctor. Okay. The 10 women that are born victim women gets that fire incident na Wellington. How many ambulances were available?
On top of Canada, they put people there.
Yeah. How many ambulances were available?
Nada, zero, not.
So out of 500 ambulances across the country, you want me to say Freetown not forget at least a minimum of 50?
When the picking them for them na where the stampede happened na Bo Hospital, Bo Stadium.
How many ambulances then they use for hospital?
Where the stampede happened na I call the place here.
Cotton Tree.
State House. Who's Cotton Tree? Inside State House.
Inside State House. How many ambulances were available?
What about the riots na Palimba Road?
How many ambulances were available?
Thank you.
What about the August 12 protest? How many ambulances were available?
But they said that in a terrorist, they're not fit for this ambulance.
No, but I'm just saying, if you get a situation where you get 506 ambulances distributed across the country with 24-hour services, we don't forget at least a minimum of 50.
Yeah, but then again, we don't know, just like we said earlier, maybe the ambulance then did it for buy coal and goats and sheep, just like how we see now the COVID motor carrier. Coal, you know, so they go plan a coal line and they pack inside the ambulance and bring them come, sheep, you know, plazas, all that kind of thing, and then they bring come. Casada, curry, you know, now they bring come. You know, not talk. So sometimes that the ambulance then they for if there are 500 ambulances.
506 ambulances with 24-hour services across the country. So basically, Georgima gets 10.
10? When are the ultramodern? Ultramodern,
they don't need Boku ambulance because they get sophisticated treating equipment, and so they reach to them not far.
Yeah,
from now walking distance to the hospital. The town not get any more than 50 or 500 houses, so they don't need boku.
How much your village get?
So I beg, if anybody didn't have to they watch, please tell me almost ambulance you don't see now you community, whether it be it a village, a town, or local community, or anything. How many ambulances you don't see? How the ambulance stand? Which color it gets? You see, even
people see it on the see this light pass mark. T-boy, stop it. See, tell him. See they perfect.
See yourself, don't vex for me. Okay, the last one. Constructing 100-bed field hospital in Putloko.
Field hospital?
Exactly, field. Let me say the last one. 100-bed field hospital in Putloko with funds from the UAE government.
What do I mean field hospital?
I don't know. And a hospital within a park. Okay, no. On a very serious note, field hospital now like an open clinic.
100-bed open clinic.
Yeah,
now put whose part?
Well, they say na Putloko, the district. Well, no, hospital in Putloko, inside the main town of Putloko, with funds from the United Arab Emirates government. No comment.
I wouldn't say thing
until you hear the word
pass mark.
Okay, no, but the only interesting thing for that now a field hospital. It's like an open.
Yeah, but then what to make a field hospital? Because we talk about field hospital, we talk about like play we're doing emergency. You understand? We go just go build.
They are playing with words to full.
Exactly.
You don't know what it is. A field hospital is an open clinic.
Right.
It's an open clinic. Why just can't you say an open clinic? What's that field hospital?
Because it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
Field hospital doesn't exist because you don't have hospital in the fields.
Right.
It's an open clinic. So why can't you just say we have built an open clinic, we get beds? It means anybody can walk in and walk out.
No, if you say that one day, because that hospital maybe don't exist today.
Maybe.
So now that make them therefore do one fancy name for let it sound new.
Maybe. Because that's the only reason why you would call that place a field hospital.
In fact, well, this is not just the health sector now talk about. So can you imagine?
Health sector. Okay. So you want to still break down the president's achievements within the past 5 years of his time in office, or you want to move on?
Well, you tell me, T-boy. What do you think?
Well, I think Nameka say we got to break this sector by sector. So we get more consistent programs that we would get for do. So this now one word on break down to detail. This now on their achievements, so not what in
and waiting then tell we say they achieve.
What then tell you? So they wait for the next document. So if another document comes out, we're going to do documents by document because then therefore tell you the next achievement in maybe agriculture or in maybe entertainment or sports or in maybe education. So we need to know them achievement in it. But these are the first one I don't see where they compiled together. We get a minimum of what? 10 boxes on both sides, 5, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So basically 7 boxes on both sides. So this is one of the first documents we don't see.
One quick thing I want to drop with viewers them and listeners their attention to and we safe now. You see the Fatima Madabio Foundation, how it change, yeah. When are the last time you hear anything about hands of?
I was just about to ask that question. When was the last time you heard about that? You hear about the Fatima Madabio Foundation? That was like 6 years ago.
Right.
6 years ago. So now that they know what is happening, we're enforcing it back into play.
Right. So when are the last time you hear about hands of our girls?
That was a long time ago, about a couple of years ago.
Right. So you know the Yaribo, I say you add inside the SGBV.
Yeah, sexual gender-based violence.
Because they know say when you throw away that word there, it they attract funds. And what you see 500 bed. Now that place and outside the space there for build a 500 bed. Within I call it Wilberforce 34. So possibly something build and go up. So then get for work out with the patients, then go up. I don't understand.
Maybe they will get lift today.
Whose part?
Now the new hospital where they're saying the construct or the new extension. You will go build 5-6 story building, not get lift today. Our hospital.
The people are not get lift, operational lift now you building. When are they all the minister then they? All the ministers, not say hey Juma. There is an existing lift, not operational. Who say all the minister then they were coats where they go sit on a cabinet so.
Almost building in a salon we get lift where they operate.
I talk about no go specifically you building. I've been specific right now. You building
because it never exists from Taiwan.
But nice. So if you're not operational, you think these people will build construct a lift in that place?
And then you own, so maybe they will. Then they go bring kinda that lift within a
outside.
You need terminal,
Oh, the Asuma group or the rope one there and you know what lie because that lady in a corner actually that they did go through.
Who's ward?
Close to I think close to Ward 10 or so. Ward 9 or 10 area, yeah. It used to be there.
Then for the wheelchair users, then
what you call them? I don't call them the lift for people the way they walk, you know, then kind of carry.
Juma. Connaught not gets no lift capacity. They get wheelchair access where they get flat slope the way go up and down.
So that now it takes it by Ward 9, Ward 10, the step for day close to mortuary. They used to have it there. I'm telling you this. Now outside the laundry day.
So then they go basically be transporting area where they use for transport the stock.
Yeah, it used to be there.
Okay. But that's not
so sometimes I will go bring that kind of put. But Jujuma Hospital they get lift.
Well, no.
Ultra modern.
Now what's in the light time? Now what's in the power and solar?
Stephen, let's say the country get 24-hour light they say now it's in the light time.
Me, to be honest to you, carry talking like a look for this Jujuma Hospital, man, because it annoying.
But you see, I don't talk about Jujuma now. Things I go for Jujuma Hospital now.
It annoying me. It annoying me. So Jojima Hospital, Kailaung, right? Jojima Hospital, Kailaung. My Kailaung people, you guys are doing well. Jojima Hospital, Jojima Ultra Modern Hospital. The thing is the good type of Jojima.
Google say no mix up
Ultra Modern. Now Ultra Modern oil nine they come up. Hospital. Jojoima Ultra Modern Hospital, Jojoba. Our President Bio launches Ultra Modern Health Facility. Okay, I don't see something. Facebook.
On our Facebook, you search.
Now, brother, actually not come up on our Facebook result. Then come up. President Bio launches Ultra Modern Hospital.
Now, so I click on that bar.
Now I don't click on so now Facebook. It can go.
Yeah. So. Outside the hospital,
Julius Madabio turned sword for the construction. They don't even be like it. President Bio turned sword for construction of ultra modern hospital. Yeah, Juma. Cool. So basically, there is a soil turning. Government launches 45-bed ultra modern rural hospital. Click on this.
Where?
Under our cool newspaper, it states there, President Bio has launched a project for the construction of a 45-bed capacity ultra-modern rural hospital in Jojoima Tom Malema Chiefdom, Kailaung District. The hospital, upon completion, is expected to contain all the required facilities needed to provide comprehensive emergency obstetric and newborn care and handling of all pregnant and newborn cases. So basically, then just turn the soil. Any reservation? I don't know how long go quiet. I talk no how long go quiet. I don't mix so. Now it's una the bargain against you.
No, we want wait for let you read done.
No, because... I know they go further down because I just the not.
No, that's how the way you read alone. See the discrepancy first. The document where ambiguity is 100 bed, right? They're waiting the newspaper say.
When I go back to the documents, I beg Juma. This is not.
I beg. Level the talk say the document wey Femi give you.
And the document of Femi give me.
Now for document I receive. Forwarded as received.
Yeah, from the Pauper gangs.
Yeah. Well, they're not state here, they're just more constructed and ultra modern hospital.
Okay.
But again, you see, all these things are deceiving.
So constructed and turn the soil and commission, not two different things.
Last year when they write this document was written on the 26th November. 2020.
Yes.
But I'm yet to see.
Who sent the theory they read on Facebook? When was it written?
Yeah, they talk to the our core newspaper. We write this now 2020, 26th November.
So by now the hospital for London, right?
For London, yeah, because this is 2023.
We are not for don't go launch them.
No, nonsense.
We not for don't see pictures on Facebook.
Long time ago.
Video for sure say talk and do president.
Yep. Okay, last year, say images of the ultra modern hospital. Wait, last year, same picture there. By God in power, by God in power, Salon go sweet. My brother, the thing there where they also where they show in a picture now ultra luxurious hotel.
Okay, we come on, they want them.
This was in a construction site still. Because the only pictures of evidential facts based on the facts say President Julius Maada Bio turned sword for the construction of an ultra-modern hospital in Jojema promises similar projects in other parts of Sierra Leone. This document is coming from Sierra Network Sierra Leone, and it was written on the 23rd of same time, November 2020. So basically, there's no evidence of the building has been erected by the president or by anybody else, not even by the Minister of Health.
So you see how side them go call? Side where they know say Salon people not even familiar with the map self. Now make a talk say now outside the war being start.
Yeah, so that's fine. We've just put Femi, take your document back to Pulam and tell the boss we give you. Tell and say, yeah, next time make a candle to your phone. Because you need to get more space than a phone for document. But the good thing is we've been able to analyze that document, and that's now one major area of the administrative wing of Sierra Leone when the health. The health sector is one of the most paramount sector in Sierra Leone because without any health facilities in Sierra Leone, the country will be dilapidated in so many different ways. Because if we get poor health facilities, it means we won't be able to stand tall and deliver some of the services they will need for them. And if then they give you this kind of report of the president's achievements in 5 years in the health sector, I think it's a disgrace. It is not true. There is no physical evidence to back up the statistics that we see. And most of the evidence of the supporting document they will bring are not physical. They are statistical based evidence. And those statistical based evidence cannot be verified by the data collection we they make or how they collect the data to make sure so they come up with figures then they. I mean, the 47% of decline deaths in malaria is very much scary because we know, say for sure, one of the most common treatments for any disease in Sierra Leone, typhoid and malaria, and it is still the same. Much hasn't changed. Femi highlighted the concerns about sanitation and poor irrigation system where they make sure, say, most gutters in Sierra Leone will still host a huge amount of mosquito we go able for carbon at the area and we will know for sure say now one of the primary source of malaria. Of course, typhoid now because of the inhygienic facilities that we get poor water supply. We don't have pipe-borne water supply in Sierra Leone. Majority of the country, even in Freetown, depend on wells and borehole water supply and packet water supply. With some thinking they cannot even tell exactly how those waters have been manufactured, whether then they manufacture in very clean environment or not. So the health sector is still of high concern, and we realize, say, during COVID, the country gets enough funding for COVID. We could able for sustain the health care system in Sierra Leone, because most of those money hasn't been spent on COVID, because we not get no or few cases of COVID itself. Basically, the COVID cases that we arise in a salon are cases that we possibly come out from Europe or the diaspora. We go salon. But we see the rate at which COVID affects other parts of the world. Well, I come to Femi. Over to you, Femi.
Tibo, when I talk earlier on about companies closing down in Sierra Leone, one company in particular, we I think say most of we been the buy them products, been the sell water to we. You know, and possibly was one of the biggest at least water companies in Sierra Leone. We see them lock under this current administration.
Yeah, and that company then grafting, isn't it?
Yes. So we all buy grafting water, or majority of we anyway. You know, and for me, I was in shock where you see they closed down, and it looked like they lock because of taxation purposes.
So, grafting was a local company, and grafting was possibly one of the purest water supply chain in Sierra Leone. When most people been rely on, say, possibly the water manufacturing company, they produce one of the best drinking waters all over the country. So yeah, it is a shame that we get grafting for close. But like I said earlier on, they try to suppress small scale businesses so that they're not able to raise funds, because they believe say most of those small scale businesses are sponsored or owned by people that we know they support the government, or people that we know they in line with what in the government policies stand for. So they practically put them out of business by raising their taxation high and then waiving taxes for people who are bringing in goods and services into the country, where they go for private entities and for sale back to the community. But the fact of the matter is, some of those people are not paying no tax at all, or a minimum amount of taxation, just because they want to reduce the amount of competition with them, feel to say they exist between the small scale businesses, because they not favor the administration. Okay. I think we go end and also for the president in 5 years in term of office, and we go come back to that particular topic day every Wednesday or any other day where they get any program on how they go inside the Republic, or any of the program that will get subsequent to how they go inside the Republic, because we still get to make this analysis until we get to closer dates to election. Reason being, because we wait for the document and within the pull out, like we no can see that this they don't do, na that then do, but we bring come the document they within the release and we analyze them. The reason we make one for do that they now for like people and get the true reality of waiting that the achievements we did not make. Sometimes we don't read these things properly and analyze them for let people and you to understand. And I think an administration that has worked relentlessly for make the people of Sierra Leone benefit will not be worried about anything right now. They will be publicly singing the praises and the aims of their good work, and just keep the peace and wait for general election for make them get their own decider. But as much as we don't see things they happen, I don't know if it is that's the direction we are heading to. So we are moving on, and we come to the next topic of discussion. We Nadima map and the discussion and now don't begin start. So I like Juma.
Yeah, Femilek for Femplaba, before we go, I'm just disturbed by something he sent, not long ago now, we group production. So, and this is coming directly from State House, because it gets the coat of arm.
That's
so now,
from State House,
as long as it come out there, this time in collaboration between State House and the SLPP and President Bill in picture, they say vote President Bill 2023. And the coat of arms say Ministry of Technical and Higher Education, the Republic of Sierra Leone. And of course, you get the Sierra Leone People's Party logo. So that means this is endorsed, sponsored, and approved. So I can say I approve this message. That's exactly. So listen, This said the population with vocational, technical, nursing, teacher training level education increased from 4% in 2015 to 8.8% in 2022.
How you go interpret 4% to 20% to that?
Thank you very much. So it come back for show how deceptive and how cunning then people have things say then they play. They don't know say una serviceman them. You know, una free to but not to kauka.
What you want to say about Uweka?
No, you know to kaika. President Bio President Bio said President Bio said 1980 or 1982. Now come free to for the first.
Who's from Abinde? I've been almost they don't school now.
Okay, 1980, 82. Now it first reach free to. Now it first pass now free to. Now it see clock tower. So I think that imagination, baby. Not to me say. He said it in an interview.
Show me the evidence. Show me the video. Go find.
You sabi me no more now. Go find and bring a car for you. Now he said talker. Say na 1984 series.
I beg Fena for the next program. Local player.
I will try and find it.
Okay.
Now you really work for bring and come and put into it too.
No problem. I put
what I want to say, you see, when they're ready for confuse, they put 4% to 8%. You see, put 2015. 2015 to 2018, how many years?
3
years. So what do you use as your benchmark? Is it not when you took over?
Yeah.
The statistics that existed then?
You should start from 2018.
Thank you very much. So he went back to 2015, not from 2018, where in takeover. So everything that happened between 2015 and 2018, he don't get a right add on to himself as an achievement. But like you stated, highlight to we, break them down. If you really truly believe that you did what you're saying, because we don't have no vocational school in Salo right now. None.
Hey, technical.
Who's one?
Technical.
Whose part?
Why WC?
Whose one? They don't exist anymore.
No, why WC don't exist again?
They don't train people anymore, T-boy.
Why WC is still there?
They do not train people. Accept what they tell you. It's not a building. What did you know? What you be sabi YWCA force for? They train. Thank you. They train people. No, so.
Westgate Center, you know they against you?
This does not exist anymore. They don't incorporate them into Miltimagai College of Education.
But technical institute.
Miltimagai University. They don't put all. Who say Technical Institute there? Now a branch of Miltimagai University.
I just want to justify all what they say. I make a talk.
I know. So now maybe say they help you. How many graduates we don't see? These people promised their people, not Sierra Leone.
They get one.
Waska?
Yes.
So they train people there for Waska. Now they're not publicized. We hear them talk about also.
They get one garage na Campbell Street.
Whose part?
They train people in for do fit work.
Which part? Na Campbell Street.
Campbell Street just after the church.
You know they did. How much one by the church there? Because it gets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Then get one metal. Then get one wood workshop behind Pademba Wood Prison.
PWD now they were so close away them born PWD doing NPRC 9 PWD born. You know that, eh?
Yeah, but PWD they still exist. So they still.
When them born, I'm doing NPRC terminal function better again.
No, it function.
You know it's in there now.
Yes, I go see no function better again.
You know it's in there now. Where they take you to Canada, then they can go SLRA the place for go take money na here.
Yeah, SLRA get garage, then get garage.
I don't who's garage. Then I didn't take people. I don't go official under.
SLRA.
The man say me not get seat belt. I say you crazy. That not for yourself. Now me the drive na salon and not put seat belt on. For that.
Justify your point because I know for say you point to they make it valid. I just be try for see how best to cable for look at the institutions the way they and the one way they provide vocational studies, then I believe say that is non-white and anyway. I just want for see because you see some of them arguments as if I would make them because again we they bring come the reality of what does not really exist in Sierra Leone. Because if it does exist, we'll be able to identify one or two. But if we don't do the question back and forth, we don't brainstorm, we don't ask this question, we don't type what drag yourself to the limit, because there is none. Go ahead, sir.
So, see, but the point is, you don't need to lie. That's the thing. Because let us say, I always say this. Even if it was just your party members and supporters, right? You train, you upskill them. They're Sierra Leoneans.
Yeah, sure.
You understand? But if you cannot do that, mean you're being insincere to then will vote for you. Yeah. You promise them 2 million jobs. That's why they voted for you. Some of them languish right now. You understand? When you do ASCA, everybody area, where you try for good, what not be the other children say they go do? Where then train forest guard them. Everybody. We also then parade their all side. So now they want to go train technical and vocational with pride, quality, what you call a free and quality education, human capital development. When are the last year you president you talk about human capital development?
You don't achieve them already, so I go talk about.
Okay. So because of that, if we don't parade all length here, well, he can't. They don't have it.
I agree.
You don't have skilled and trained people, and you don't have jobs for them.
Femi, they're not be saying that propaganda, especially so.
T-boy. And talking about that, you know, the Romans, they feign how for bring water from point A to point B.
When there was no form of...
This was when Jesus Christ was a boy. Or should I say when Moses was wearing short trousers. Really and truly, that's how far back Sierra Leone is at the moment. You know, we know they train people and for do anything. You know, the basics that will be not learned to get it safe have been forgotten. You know, when you talk about companies that we did look, somebody in the chat, make a checking name, Samura Kamara, na YouTube, just remind we say cold storage safe lock under this current administration because they tax them heavily, so they take the production to Guinea.
Now cold storage first begin close.
So just just saying that they're not the train nobody. And the companies that we they meet with they actually do certain work, then they not allow them company for close down and walk away from Sierra Leone.
Well, thank you very much, Femi. I believe say most training facilities in Sierra Leone is being run by private entities, people who are getting small scale businesses, them in the trades field, as in carpenter, masonry, plumbers, and
you as well.
Eh?
I say you as well.
Yeah, well.
Sarah Jem almost media practitioners that we train as alone.
I know we have trained a lot. So basically, yes, we serve in another group day of people who they train young people, especially youths and especially women within our communities in Sierra Leone. We enhance their skills in media and we enhance their potential in making sure that they're able to provide for themselves after maybe graduation, some of which possibly not get any kind of formal education. But we'll try to do the best we can as local small businesses. And we try to see.
Were you supported by the government of Sierra Leone?
No, we were not. We were self-funded. Always have been.
See, but left for downplay things.
I'm not downplaying things. What is that downplay now?
Highlight that Sierra media don't so many now media practitioners that work for the main media houses in Sierra Leone as producers, as technical people, cameramen, as presenters, you name it, as news readers or whatever you want to call them. There. Sierra media, even inside president, being government, the people that they snap up, where they take picture, do things there for them. Sierra media get hand inside, they train some of them.
I mean, I've been a consultant.
So I want you to highlight that our work has benefited President Bio in government directly. So
not
nobody
just benefited, but funded by us at some point.
So now, so not begin say, well,
No, he said not blow your own trumpet.
Not to blow on this you get for talker because you get for highlight. Then right now, it's they do.
No.
You sabi the tailor shop them, the tailoring thing the way you get hands inside.
Yeah.
It just click now my mind say, now that then they use now so for say they don't train. You know, when they don't give funding some side there, so that they take another ad and say we don't train more people, technical people. You ever just say tailor shop and design company we get an inside. Who don't know it? No. If you don't get it, forget about it.
Okay, Femi agree. It's not forget about that. Cool, no problem. Let's move on. All right, so, that was just a short insight of some of the work then we don't do over the past decades in Sierra Leone, and we continue for do and still. Because we not relent because of any kind of government obstacle. We don't stand for that. We stand for the people of Sierra Leone, and we make sure we give them the best service and training we feel to say they deserve and empower them or make them set up their own business system. So basically, as you now see in Sierra Leone, there are many media houses, many professionals doing various different things in media, in graphics, in photography, in filming, in possibly acting, and even in the music industry. So that is what we have done within the past couple of decades in Sierra Leone, and we will continue for DRAM with or without any government funding. We've never had any government funding anyway, or any outside entity or fund what to do, but we'll still continue the good works that we do. Sometimes I don't think we should be talking about this, but again, we don't have a choice. We have to let people know some of the things that we are contributing towards society.
They can tell you, say you did optic, you are relative. So that is why once in a while, it's important to highlight some of these things. That's not so because we didn't talk. We've impacted Sierra Leone in so many ways. One thing we me go tell you, T-Boy, about the differences in the government. The previous government, you will not say they were better, but they created more opportunities for young people. The last government created more millionaires in the private sector. Listen, in the private sector than any other government. This government created, increased poverty and suppressed businesses and, make people become poor than any other government within 5 years. Everybody, people, they don't succeed. I know more than 10, 15, 20 people when are small businesses, either again pharmacy, maybe they doing import and export, we run away common salon because it's not able for beer within the last 3 years. Not to COVID, not to anything, but they just could not survive. Even the one the way they operate not on right now, talk to these are business people, where they establish them businesses, them outside government and come out overseas with their money, then go invest and at home. They cannot survive. And President Bio stated that he was a businessman at some point, but hey, we're still searching for one successful business that he ever did before becoming a president.
In cocoa farm like Kelema.
Whose part? The chocolate factory?
No, the cocoa farm. Because you see the plant cocoa.
Where is it? Plant cocoa.
Cacao
farm, all till the but they will still wait for the tomato rice. Are the only government.
The rest not ready for doing it so.
Well, now the only government.
Palm rice. You know, see the
palm rice 5 years. You know, will harvest one.
That was palm rice because you know, see the water the dry come back.
Do you know what they did recently?
What's you telling me?
So then go buy rice. Then they print bag. We get tomato panam. What you call it? Then turn the rice inside it.
Inside the tomato. So they replace the packaging.
Then now they tell you, but outside they know the difference. So this is alive. You know, say the why you go buy when are 50 kilo, it full of 50 kilo. Yep. This one now, the tomato one now, it full up there, left big gap about 25 kilo. You able to put 25 kilo inside.
The wrong packaging.
The wrong packaging. Now, see, them people, they are very unserious. So then safe.
No. So why not just flop the bag once so that it fit the tomabom rice bag?
It go past 175 kilo.
So they make the wrong. So they even produce the wrong bag for their own product.
The wrong bag.
Wow.
Because it's all camouflage. That's the thing. That particular bag there, you make them for the rice seeds. You understand? You know, like the seedling, the way that they carry.
Yeah, for the production.
To the farmers. Yeah. And that bag they for.
So it's more than 50 kilos. So it's bigger.
Yes. Yeah. So then just go take now and put tomato banana. So they say if it's in a one bag, I need to get pass week. President Bill, they go harvest that rest, they will not see another farm where they wait to call a lead the tractor for Kamnatong, for go to the chief them and wait to call her.
Agreed.
Anyway.
Right.
No, don't yeah, no,
well, if we say we should do up the of course na 5 weeks program for each sector before we go to any other sector. So one after the other, because if we can't pan the rule of law and justice system, then forever. Then you don't. So look, we just start this number for now, and we will continue time later on as we go along. Until we still get a couple of more weeks to election, we'll be able to discuss and analyze most of the achievements of the president within the past 5 years in time in office. So now they move on. We'll move on to the second agenda on the program. I've been saying earlier, anytime we agenda shorts, now we'll be mindful.
Femi fault. Femi fault.
Now Femi then you go, it take break there, come back with speed, new developments for another half an hour.
Femi not be bring we come achievement documents.
Exactly. Femi achievement document. We don't make an agenda one without anything less, and we just stick to our number. But what talk someone could do, and you say no, don't keep on first. Well, we don't keep them. It don't take about an hour. But that's not even enough because we not actually break them down. We don't bring down the reality of what in the health sector stand for right now. We just base them on the document itself. And then the rest will go talk later on. But now let's move on to the next agenda. We now the alleged assassination of the present flag bearer of the APC party, Dr. Matthew Wilson Samura Kamara. Over to you, Jima, your take.
Yeah, well, we all see the incident this Sunday, right?
Yeah.
You know, past Sunday, what was the date? Let me see here. Sunday was the 30th, was that the second, right?
Yeah,
yes, it was the second of April. You know, we know say the presidential candidate for the All People's Congress been traveled going to the United States, not to on your own will, but the government of Sierra Leone through the court forced and forgo because of an alleged issue with the Chancery building, where then say $4.9 million was spent for build the Chancery building, renovate them, and all that, and add a few more floors, but nothing has been done, you know. And they get about 5 accused, and according to what you see, Dr. Matthew Wilson Kamara, Samura Kamara, is one of the accused. I think he's the 4th accused. You know, in that case, the anti-corruption case where they go on. So the court didn't decide for move, say, for go watch the building. Unfortunately, we don't talk about that now. That was just a propaganda and a PR stunt, a poor PR stunt with this twin. According to me, I don't know, but it's possible with that kind of number of people who will see and the number of days and hotels and stuff like that. Although there's clarification, say Dr. Samura Kamara paid for himself for the whole trip, you know, take nothing from the government. But we are even saying about $120,000 spent for that trip. So can you imagine that? $120,000.
Or just take people for go work out and then cruise inside the building and come back now.
Correct, because now you get for member then tickets they all we then go. Apart from Samura Kamara, we still don't know yet whether Samura Kamara in legal team now pay for them or now the courts pay for them or the government now pay for them. They get for buy tickets for all them people and they will go. including the SLBC people that we go and the other handlers that we then can go as well for do media and hotel for all of those people, per diem for all of those people, you know, you name it. So we are using around that amount there. I don't know how true it is, you know. But whenever government not come out and deny something, we will take up say we 2 years in the fact, right? So they return. Samura Kamara doing his own stuff we began for do, but then he decided to go back to Sierra Leone because he began for attend court on the 3rd, with a Monday. Okay, so he flew in on the 1st. Apparently, all of a sudden, okay, thank you so much, Lamin Denke. Say Dr. Samura Kamara paid for his team and lawyers as well. So his whole team, you know, was not funded by the government of Sierra Leone at all, not from the consolidated fund. Okay. So he got into Freetown Airport on the 1st of April, and the plan was then for go Freetown that same 1st. But then all of a sudden, there was some spontaneous visits. Listen to this. From
where?
From the president. The president was in Port Loko on that same date. The vice president was in Lungi on that same date. What happened? The ferry and all their water taxi then say the government don't charter them.
Okay.
So I'm like, let people understand pattern here. So as a result, Dr. Samura Kamara not travel that day, decide for spend the night na Lungi for travel the next day because no one get a clash.
So that was based on the fact that there was no crossing facilities at Lungi to Freetown.
At Lungi to Freetown.
Okay.
Both from the sea taxis.
All the sea coaches were not available, and even the government's
Correct.
Either.
Correct. And they say the president go there, Port Loko, the vice president de Lungi. So you see, all coincidentally happened that way. So he stayed in Lungi for travel the next day. And now I think suspicion came in when he wanted to go, then say, let's go take the ferry for free.
That was the next day.
The next day. So possibly they were not comfortable for some odd reasons. They said, no, we'd rather go by road.
Okay, hold on a sec. There was no sea crossing the night when he arrived.
Correct. Because
the following morning, and provided the ferry for free.
Yeah, they said they offered the ferry for free.
Who offered him the ferry for free?
I don't know specifically, but now a government entity.
Okay.
Right. So they're not comfortable with that. So he took off. Obviously, therefore inform the police, say they come because, you know, and all that thing and they. So according to what we see, the police press release say, then say for use 10 vehicles for go. Of course, if I have 10 vehicles here, you ask me how many vehicles I have 10 vehicles, right? But on the journey, Dr. Samura Kamara is not anybody. He's the presidential candidate for the All People's Congress, for the main opposition party. When President Bio, they traveled to Sierra Leone, where go Lebanon, on either bilateral relationship, honeymoon, or I call it medical.
Medical report. I mean,
when he came back, thousands of people, right, go welcome him. Insai, inside the tarmac by the plane, and the plane in nose. That was one. Second time was when he went to Insai, to Turkey or whatever, where they say, no, they come back salon or waiting, right? Massive welcome back for him. So, Samura Kamara, you know, the expectancy, he will come and not get supporters, they will go glad for how they jump here now. The first block who side and block and Putloko, inside Putloko town, it was blocked. They never wanted him to go through. That time they get.
Okay, Juma, hold on a sec. Let's say you are a Sierra Leonean, not a politician, but you are Salomon, yeah?
Yeah.
Then you travel from, for example, Kono, you can't free tom. Same in a Kono man, they travel from Kono, they can't free tom. And then on my way coming, 20 people decide for drive behind me.
We don't do good.
We say I not do them good, sir, but then just choose for drive no more behind me. 20 people choose for drive behind me. What's in the legality for stop me as a Sierra Leonean for go inside for pass through Port Loco if that's my only access road to Freetown from where I'm coming from?
Let not even be the only, that's the access you choose.
No, let's just say, okay, if I choose that access.
Let's say I choose.
Okay.
As a Sierra Leonean, so it's your right.
Do I need to be stopped for any reason whatsoever?
At all not.
Am I a risk to any security as a Sierra Leonean traveling through Putloko?
At all not.
Will I cause any problem if there are 30 people driving behind me going to Freetown?
Absolutely not.
Am I committing a crime to do that?
No, no crime at all.
If 10 people decide to drive behind me, do I need to let the world know that 10 people are driving behind me?
Absolutely not.
Am I 110% sure to say these 10 people driving behind me are coming with me, or they're going their own different direction, or they too are heading to Freetown at their own terms and conditions?
Right.
Okay,
so at all not. So again, so he was initially stopped or disturbed inside Putloko town. And again, the people, APC get supporters then so definitely they may get for withstand and pull the roadblocks and continue for go. As they go, people and don't get a hint, say don't come, more people come out, some come off return, say they can welcome we leader. And I want to say something again, T-Boy, just like I said earlier. You see, because me, I like for draw the reference, let people understand, say we are not just saying things here because we hate this government. We're looking at pattern of things that they've done. Early in 2018, 2019, President Nkrumah was stopped. The same Putloko, remember? He actually sat in his vehicle for hours because they stop him. They say orders from above. Chief Sam Sumana was tear gassed in Putloko as well. We come on, remember, I said the travel come in to the country. They tell them seizing passport or they're taking diplomatic passport now or service passport, whatever. You understand? So that happened again where in Putloko they tear gassed him. So Samura Kamara went to Bonth, right? Remember?
Yeah.
He was stopped, roadblocks by military and police. Not long ago,
that was a couple of weeks ago.
Right. Well, a couple of months, let's say months ago.
Not too far into months. I would say about 6 weeks ago or 7 weeks ago.
No, before the convention. So it was a little longer than that. So a couple of months. And they come. Okay. Then, the running mate, Honorable Chairman Ramadan Majuba, went to Koindu for go open mosque. What happened?
They blockaded Makazwin.
Blockaded him by Udat, SLPP chairman and other people and police everything and said orders from above. Then now Samura Kamara again going to Freetown on Sunday, where you know get for begin block traffic or whatever, mile 38. So they see the pattern for let you understand, and all the people away we highlight. So now who that's them?
Now APCians them.
APCians or people connected to APC, right? So because then you go say Samsumana was not yet, he was C4C, but he's aligned to APC because he was a vice president under the All People's Congress, and there were plans for him to go back because he don't send the application, say, I am going back to the party that I belong to.
Okay.
So these people need for understand, say, this is the pattern. Femi Claudius Cole, right, was barricaded in her house.
Yeah. For how was it for 4 hours or more?
More than that. In her house, she was barricaded in her house, highly armed military and police presence.
Outside her house.
Outside, surrounding her house.
Open her doors so that they can come.
So you don't see the pattern. Gento traveled from overseas. What happened? They welcomed him and go pick an AC coach. Remember?
Yep.
He drove to Freetown with crowds of people. Was he disturbing the peace?
No.
Anybody say anything?
No.
No, I'm right. Not so.
Yep.
Just like the president have been right. So why do you have to stop people? But the scary part of this whole thing, that the security personnel then get the audacity and zeal for fire live rounds from vehicle where they front, where they send the advanced vehicle for Dr. Samura Kamara, they bust all the full tire them and fire tear gas. And we all saw what happened with the tear gas, where they fire directly at Dr. Samura Kamara in vehicle where it is inside. Imagine fume where you didn't yourself if somebody they put gas inside. What happens to you?
You choke.
You get suffocated, you choked, and what you call that, because even when you put your AC on, that even make it worse because it suck the air from outside and can go inside. So that's what happened. So that's what they did. If you look for the first time, you see Dr. Samura Kamara wear dark shades when he was going to court on Monday.
So because in Yago don't get enough business.
Exactly.
Because of the bond of the Tigers.
Then at the care you go back, when he was invited to the Anti-Corruption Commission, where they start this rubbish case where they and so. That time again, what happened? Supporters then go support him. They fire tear gas and even fire bullets, live bullets on the the running mates right now, Honorable Chairman Ramadan Majuba. They fire live bullet in motorcar on that particular day.
Yep.
So what do you call that? Wait, we go accompany Dr. Samura Kamara and fire live bullet by motorcar. If not to God, therefore don't kill him or killing driver or killing security. So you see the pattern. And this one, we'll say it's an allegation, but there is no other way to put it than an attempted assassination. That's what I'll say.
I see the scenario and the link of the attempted assassination based on the various different examples that we don't make without being successful in all of those attempts. The blockade, the intimidation, the confrontation, the police harassment, and a few more other things we don't highlight. But this time around, I think is more direct now. So for the fact that most of the other incidents, they're not being too direct, this one is direct because I want to know, how do people recognize the sound of a live bullet and a bullet that is a plastic bullet not to kill? Do they have a different sound?
Of course they get different sound. You yourself know that.
I know, but the sound of a live bullet, is it the sharp one?
Correct. And apart from that, you see waiting happen. The tire them, boss.
Yeah.
The shelling and casing and Didi. Right?
What if they have come out of their vehicles?
Exactly, for say, hey, let we encourage this. But for me, honestly, if I was part of that team, I've said this and I'll say it again. I would have come out and asked everybody, let them come on inside their motor car. Until then, send 50 vehicles. Let we come on inside their motor car and then now let we walk up past that checkpoint and just left the driver them. Let we see what's in them for being do. So what would they have called it again? Say then come on, then the protest, they not get
Then create chaos.
Then create chaos. So you see, so their plan was nothing other than assassination.
So we don't get any kind of statement from any of the individuals involved in the de-escalation of the, well, not de-escalation, in the escalation of the amount of tear gas being fired at the people of APC whilst they were in the vehicles, or who fired the round of live bullets.
So the police press release very interesting.
Okay.
Then justification for firing tear gas, because I saw them say for disperse the crowd.
Well, there was no crowd.
Well, now so then say, right, crowd, me no know the definition of crowd, possibly more than 10 people in a crowd or more than 2 people in a crowd for them. So, and the interesting part, you get armed security the way they with Dr. Samura Kamara. So if this guy and his team been just do things lawlessly, why accord him security? So you accord him security.
Let's say now, for example, the security that were armed with Dr. Samura Kamara wanted to defend him at that position.
Exactly.
So it would have been a gunfight situation.
Exactly, because their role, they are there to protect and defend, right?
Yeah.
So if they had taken their own, say, no. So it's you against us. This guy is under our protection. If anything happens with him, will be held responsible.
Yeah.
And these are the things, the technical things that people are not they look at, because that's their role to protect him. Now I make una accord on that security, but then you then bring another group of security for car attacker, and then you're blaming him for things when not to input gunfire, not to from your own side gun come out. And you get that security, they take gun and house, not to so.
Mm-hmm.
After that incident, they continue to drive. Was there any skirmishes, attack on anybody?
No.
Nothing. Why create this unnecessary problem? Because you ask about the escalation. The police, the press release say, oh, the crowd been there, and then tell them, say they're not for calm, and at 10 vehicles, no more than be allowed. Then by the third you don't pass 50. How did you count 50 vehicles in the first place? And how did you know that those 50 vehicles or the 40 vehicles that joined, Dr. Samura Kamara invited them to be part of it?
If you don't create a traffic block, obviously all the vehicles behind Dr. Samura Kamara will be standstill.
Thank you very much. So anybody when they go about your own business,
go cause up the traffic. So you will see a huge queue of traffic lined up at the back, because you might be thinking these are all people that are following Samura Kamara. When I go and investigate all the vehicles, when I see them get any form of representation for, say, these are APC supporters.
Right.
So how do you classify the rest of the people in the other vehicles?
How many times have you seen a celebrity that you were minding your business? You understand me, eh? You mind your business, then you see celebrity, there you see people and they can and jump behind and they all jump. Salon. How many times you don't see married? People married, you know that you married.
All man jump for dance, married dance.
Yes.
When they meet all man they come.
Then there's also Abacha Street. Somebody go surprising girlfriend, or in party then go surprise her birthday. Then go with band, with a happy birthday to the kind. The Tinton Festival. All my left in business now, they be here now, they go and dance. This is Sierra Leone for you. How many times President Bio don't they on in convoy where they go, where 500 Okada they just come out from nowhere, then join
it happens every other day. Yeah.
This President Bio So what is wrong if 50 vehicles, for example, they be in Samura Kamara? But you ask a salient point. How do you know that? Although because traffic don't back up.
Yeah, traffic don't back up.
Because una block unnecessary traffic. What is wrong with whoever the commander was coming to meet Dr. Samura Kamara and say, sir, we get this, we read this is the situation, what happened, or how can we resolve this? Then una boss then call. But imagine, they blocked the traffic and waited for the Inspector General of Police for come out wherever he was, either be there na Potloko with President Biko, or be there free term. Say he drive calm na mile 38 before the issue can resolve.
So that means there's nobody in charge. Not even a phone call can de-escalate this.
They gave an order by phone to detain and block them because they say what for do. This is the point. Let we delay the Naya. It will be embarrassing after all the money we don't spend. I make I tell you the $120,000 that they spent to go to New York. I'm not crazy why I go back for play that premise. They've spent all this money for go embarrass Dr. Samura Kamara. And they're not sure that the chance to give it. Now he's going home as a hero, triumphant entry. This is embarrassing and a slap that we face. So let's embarrass him and try to cause him some discomfort here. Let's stop him, delay all this, scare people away, or delay them till next scam. So where they go inside free tongue.
The place go down dark.
The place go down dark. People no go see them and things like that. So you see the logic, how they operate?
Right. No, but you see, it's sad because at the end of the day, when you attempt to do things in that way, it means you're creating more problem than expected. And when you not try for look at the situation and analyze them properly, what you they face with now the fact say you they misjudge yourself, you they overreact because you haven't investigated the issue properly. Because to me, as far as me concerned, the whole idea of stopping the convoy in the first place was wrong. And how can you ask for clearance for the flag bearer of the opposition? See, you're only allowed to use 10 vehicles. I mean, what's not the justification? It means you are controlling my movement in a country that I have the same rights as you are. Am I of any security risk to your government? Am I of any security risk to the people of Sierra Leone? Or am I of any security risk to whatever is happening around? Because as far as I'm concerned, they will restrict your movement if they have concern over you. But what's the concern? What's the limits about? What's the limitation about how many vehicles you should have access to? What if Samura Kamara get 30 vehicles in convoy? And he tell us, okay, from now on, at the register say at the drive with 50 vehicles. So if you not drive with 50 vehicles, is that going to be an offense?
But why even for what you call
exactly?
Almost vehicles.
You don't need to tell how many vehicles.
If it was me, if it was me, the next day, where they gonna court? And they make big convoy back for Kemiguna Court.
Exactly.
Maybe 100 vehicles, if it was me. Trust me.
Because I don't understand why they for amount of vehicles.
It took past mark for they behave this kind. These petty things you do, you take emotions and put them into unnecessary things. That's only the succeed for let more people hate you, more people get turned off by you, more people dislike you and not vote for you for a second time. It doesn't make you popular or anything. President Biona, when he was in opposition, I was present, you were present, Tivoy, in 2012. He blocked President Koroma's convoy.
Yeah.
Only blatantly challenged him from Kisi Road to Godrich Street.
Yeah.
We did Godrich Street because we are covering that. They were going to go commission, open, what do you call it? Transformer thing now, Wellington, right?
Yeah.
We were there. What did President Kurma did?
He went like campus.
He waited when security were react. What he said no, I left them.
Yeah.
And this not been just ordinary people. We saw people with pistol, guns, with President.
That's an automatic treason.
Exactly. Because police then tell them from up gun, say the president they can pass, keep and wait. He refused. He continued for camp. He allowed men they condom, then they go and jog Vienna, and they go and sing the chant. President Koma stood there in traffic and waited for Mother Bill to pass when he was in opposition in 2012. Mother Bill, because they see Stephen, they go and write things that we don't even understand. President Bill in 2012 say if we not win, they not announce the election in favor, it cause chaos and havoc na free talk. What happened to it? Anybody they arrest her?
No.
Lima went on radio in 2018 or 2017 and called for military takeover. Was he arrested?
No, in current ambassador to Russia said it's declared statement in London.
London.
Eventually,
say they bring one as alone.
And you go for somebody against them.
You see, so people get for learn, for understand how things then they operate. But behaving like this will not win President Bill elections.
Well, they don't ever sit down and think, say, our government will change one day. Doesn't matter when or how.
Well, again, you know, when posse arrogant pass mark, you the blind, you the deaf, and you dumb. I make them say God swear posse way arrogance. Because you begin play God. That is what they're doing right now. President Bill is playing God on earth. If he say he's untouchable, he can do anything, you know, to anybody, a proof point. But what he is still not able to understand, all the things the way they do, they continue for expose them to more ridicule, more embarrassing situations.
That's true.
That's what's been happening. And I don't know why, whether they not get people who will tell them, say, oh, let we change with tactics, let we change with approach. Even when they try for change now, it's not working.
Not working. Because you still get the remnants of the one they were still in at the forefront, where they still do the same thing, and they repeatedly do the same thing. Because, you know, where you don't get bad habits we don't install in you, it's hard to make it take them away. Because you could try for be hypocrite, you could try for do the best you can, but you still struggle. Because at the end of the day, you are known for doing this. You can't change.
And you're not genuine in you.
You can't change overnight.
Your olive branch doesn't work because you're not genuine. You know to come up from your heart.
Yeah, even when you extend that with full heart, with full hand, it's still not going to be accepted because it's not coming with full heart.
Right.
Okay. So what's the implications of where we are right now going forward in this particular situation?
Honestly, I think sadly the government of President Bill, they do this for intimidate people, right? For gain voter apathy, thinking, say, we do this, intimidate people, people will feel problem, they come out, they kind of the country, will not go vote. But really, even on that day, when Dr. Samura Kamara talk, what he say? He referenced the 11-year-old war that we had suffered so much, he will not stand and he will not be part of anything where they bring one as alone and one or they can as alone. In his BBC interview, that was the same thing he said, that in order to do any violence, with the old elections, now, you understand, we vote and he become president. Simple. If you believe yourself, you can say the same thing. I'm looking forward to the presidential debate will not get to happen. On April.
I'm not sure it's not get to happen.
It will not happen.
I know it's not get to
happen.
Why are you so confident that it's not going to happen?
See, boy.
No, I'm just asking because Mr. Bemeno for say it not get to happen.
It will not happen, or if it happen, they will tell you say, nah, Dr. Samura Kamara and 2 people are no more for going inside it.
Can you imagine?
Yes.
Then go seal the room with what?
SLP people.
But guess what? If my opinion, if that debate they happen in the end.
Of course not.
In the end.
And this situation just they continue for emboldening the people of Sierra Leone. Now, waiting the people of Sierra Leone to adopt, waiting they know understand. Now we waiting now no more they run, we mock them all. Majority of people now they talk again. They are just silently and waiting, say, Papa God, let election they reach. Let we go vote. All people are waiting for now for go vote. Even they say rig election, people are just waiting to cast their vote. When they cast their votes done, and then go understand what Sierra Leoneans are made of. You don't intimidate people for that long because people they don't look and say, what's they happen now? But if they die, all die. But you know what if we vote?
So basically, what's the way forward now with the situation where we find ourselves? Is that going to be, or are we anticipating any of this for happen again?
Of course, more of this is going to happen. Maybe don't talk and say one thing they get for do. Dr. Samura Kamara not get for travel again, obviously. They're going to hold on to his passport and give him the excuse, even if he wants to travel to meet his supporters and all that. That will not happen. I'll bet my life on that.
Okay, well,
and Insai, again, that leads me to the next topic, where we talk about political rallies.
Yeah.
So this is the problem. Now you are intending to stop people from holding political rallies, but you see them for campaign, then converge in that area. Fine. These people will have to commute from their homes to go to those areas. And they will be going what? In groups. They must go for work and drive one of return. It's not easy. They will get a music set where they for one go to the field where they go for go converge for campaign.
Yep.
So what is that? Is that a rally? Are you going to arrest them? Are you going to stop them? Are you going to find the political party that they've broken the law again?
So people then for work at one separated on the road, all money by himself.
So even if they separate, then go still wear red, so then go still look boku na the road.
I know. When they talk something, when they work out together, then you don't allow for play music in the streets, you don't allow for do nothing, you don't allow for whole boom box. Well, let's see how that did happen. So now you don't go to that particular area of banning rallies. What's in the role of PPRC in banning rallies for the upcoming election?
Again, PPRC now for provide oversight and regulate the election process, working with political parties and stuff like that. You understand? Register political parties, they register to them and that kind of thing, providing oversight. But they go make laws for suit one person because the person don't tell you, say, now this I want. If you look at all the press releases, PPRC, for example, all the press releases they don't pull, it's directed to say, oh, then they curse the president. Oh, then they sing against the president. Oh, then they use vile words then on social media against the president. That's PPRC's press releases. When major thing happen like this way happened, so it then shot at. Did you see a press release from them?
No.
Where they say they
this now someone's life or people's lives are in danger.
So
the president is not making his life.
Yeah, so the president is above all else. When APC then done then convention, people they play music where they curse the president, so then find APC 120 million. But now PPRC, you can't put out anything, and the reason they being he is not just the president, but the presidential candidate for the Sierra Leone People's Party.
That even give them the opposition to say anything against him because he's campaign. So
right,
you
exactly.
Put him up as a political candidate.
Exactly. What did Dr. Jules Dejalo said about former President Nkrumah? He said, if you behave like a former president, we'll treat you as one. But if you behave like a political leader of a party where he was a former president and chairman and leader of the All Peoples, will treat you as a political candidate. So if President Bio is a presidential aspirant. Why does he get, yeah, why in a presidential and leader of the All People Sierra Leone People's Party, why he forget preferential treatment over Dr. Samura Kamara? He's not the president anymore. He's a caretaker. Now.
Well, we go look for see what's in PPRC go say after.
Well, not so after. The thing don't pass.
No, well, they say now, after now, because what's in the happen now from today or from tomorrow, every political party have equal rights and responsibilities, right?
Supposed for be so.
Well, it's supposed for be so. So one for what in PPRC go do for govern that or for regulate that.
Right.
So as from tomorrow or from today, you don't expect President Bio to travel with 5,000 convoy.
Right. By now, you're not even supposed to travel with government vehicles.
But that's what I'm saying. You don't expect him to
go pan campaign.
Pan campaign. So he can use.
He's not supposed to, because using state resources for go campaign. You suppose your entourage supposed for travel on a private vehicles, not on your government vehicle.
So President Biode under the same jurisdiction of not running a political campaign as we.
Of course, because he's campaigning under a political party, not as a president of the country.
What if he moves to Kailon, for example, and people wants to travel with him to Kailon?
If I go to 5 vehicles.
5 vehicles.
Or 10. Because the president that now 10. No,
well, we want to see how the president is going to be set.
Exactly.
So PPRC set any precedent for say this is what we should follow?
Nothing. They don't say nothing.
So basically they just say everything is banned or condemn political rallies or any kind
of
rally.
Yeah, then for going to designated areas then.
But designated areas hasn't been provided yet, right?
Not yet. But my own concern is what will happen where people they travel for going to then designated areas.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So if you got for travel from one point to the next point, you have to go by either foot, keke, bike, or your own personal vehicle, or you hire buses for transport people and go from one point to the next.
Right. So you don't see the problem because and PPRC they say rallies, then they cost, then they kill, then they this, then they that. Who say it don't happen?
Well, the reports for PPRC sent out for the rally then say youth man them, then they use them with drugs and alcohol or make them misbehave and something they die during that process. Who never see that to happen at all?
But the last few years, not to campaign Temo, not to rally, we see what in kush and drugs they cause to the people of Sierra Leone.
It has been
including young people.
Yeah.
So how is that connected to elections?
Well,
it's a problem in the country. It's a problem in the country. Not to election rally, they curtail that. Election rally, who pays those people? Government, we all are aware, PPRC are aware, governments, they pay their own tax force where they go set havoc in by elections, broke boxes, ballot boxes, and this, that. What happened to that? That was not rally. That was during elections in the presence or in the rightful command of the Minister of Transport and Aviation.
Yep.
He sat in senior people where they work at the immigration department. And the deputy director will be in SLRA or SLRSA. Now then command them people and they broke ballot boxes, damage one whole elections. What did PPRC say at the time? Yen yen. What did ECSL say at the time? Yen yen. What did the police say at the time? Yen yen. Because now the police now they even accord the people maybe they cause the trouble and team up there and they watch them so. Una sabi broke ballot box so. Na so na sabi kick ballot box. Na so they call it panel. Then fold their hand there. Then they watch. Who was arrested at that event?
Nobody.
No.
They were arrested.
Abdul Kago.
Okay, yeah. Abdul
Kago where they are the opposition.
Yeah. I remember that.
So you see how these people operate.
But you see, again, Juma, we dey just take this possibly lightheartedly. But which mandate will PPRC get for pass such sanction?
They don't have
a constitutional mandate or electoral mandate for make sanction like this.
They not get, and then say then call a meeting with all the political parties present. Now they agree say no rallies. Who that then are all the political parties will be present at the day? Because I'm not sure saying APC. APC will not say that. If you have your dummy parties who I don't pay money already, what will they say? They will say yes because I don't pay them.
But those parties don't exist anymore.
Exactly. But then they use where they say all political parties.
But how will you
invite?
How you gonna make such judgment when parties never exist anymore? They've ceased to exist.
That's the thing. So we always don't say these elections, if problem happen, the president, the vice president, the inspector general of police, the head of PPRC, the head of ECSL, and the head of judiciary, the chief justice. Now they're responsible for if Salon go to war or any chaos for another country. These are the 6 people and entities that were responsible.
And 3 or 4 of those people have been highlighted under the Truth and Reconciliation recommendation.
Yep.
We caused the war in the first place.
Yep.
All right. So is it a repeat of what is it a repeat of a lesson that we haven't learned?
That's what it looks like, because again, this is the second election that's going to be supervised by President Bio now. At the time in 1996, it was the military junta leader when we get to force elections in 1996. And we know all the dramas that will happen around the time. The number one for the election happen. Okay?
Equally so, as of now.
When I come to that, I come back to say this is not new to we understand. We possibly they follow things at the time. They did everything. We remember lawyer Eddie Toure was beaten mercilessly and arrested. The late Temu Bangura as well was molested and beaten. Okay? All those people. And the people of Sierra Leone at the time came out and said, no, we want elections. Elections must go on. Then fire bullets, then do all kinds of things at that time. I remember, we all common athletes. This have been John Tatem, when I then they control all things. It wasn't the days of social media. So now waiting their reports. At that time, censorship was rife. Then newspaper no they go right way, they come first na State House for let them see before you come out na do, you're dead. SLBC no produce anything or broadcast anything where the military no approve of. Elections happened, and it come out na government, we get a civilian government. This one again, they will try everything under the books, everything. If the people not want you, they go. And
what lessons has it not learned from that period of time to now? Because again, if you don't then are certain positions and you see the way how things unfold, and then you don't go for 20 years or 20-something years and come back, and you are still faced with the same problem, does it mean that you haven't learned nothing, or you don't have the capacity to learn anything and correct the mistakes that you've made initially?
Again, we come back to the same thing I've been saying, where arrogance don't kick into somebody, it is deaf, it is blind, and it is dumb. It lost all then thing and it lost them. So you need to hear, you need to see, you need to for people for communicate with people, everything you need for communicate. That's one. 2, this is why it's sad for let you surround yourself with a bunch of praise singers and mediocres. We know they advise you right. they will lead you to drown because then they tell you where you are. That's what is happening right now, T-Boy. So whether I been land or in no land, we don't know. Okay, but what they show we now that if he lands, if what he land, you're not ready for user. Someone wrote something. He's what? What he tell us? He's saying a peace and conflict expert, right?
Yeah.
So someone said that he left the peace because it not been done yet, the PhD. He left the peace to Bradford. They call the conflict.
Well, there are physical evidence of that because at the end of the day, if you study peace and conflicts, we are one of the main curriculum course of actually settling scores in disputes communities all over the world, especially
the escalating situations.
Yes, especially we the world been there, well, we Salone or Africa been there at war, especially Salone. We've been get a huge amount of young Sierra Leoneans they will be study peace and conflicts. It was a curriculum at the University of Sierra Leone.
It is still a curriculum there.
Well, not as much. It's not more. It's not more popular like it used to be during immediately after the war because they were funding it strongly because then more people understand how to de-escalate situation. So they train people in that capacity. So we get a lot of civil societies, NGOs, and people over there work in various capacities for. Like the one they want to save me the skin for me, they able for come back the community into normality. So basically, peace and conflicts resolution was a primary source of education in Sierra Leone at that particular time. We then go for try for de-escalate all the tension that will be happen within local communities. The people that will be there as war soldiers, and it try for rehabilitate them back. So they may need some amount of knowledge from they able for bring them back to normality. So dynamic peace and conflict resolution becomes a very popular topic or subject at the Frabe College. And we realize after that, the next thing we can take with now mass communication. But we'll now see exactly what mass com to do as well, because information is vital all over the world. So people are actually empowering themselves to have some skills, basic skills on media practicing, or maybe something for do with media or journalism. But with what we don't see over the past couple of years, and what the former President Bill in government don't exhibit.
Former President Bill, caretaker President.
Well, caretaker President Bill don't exhibit within the past 5 years now some serious amount of political, tribal, and religious tension within Sierra Leone. And that's now one of the main source of conflicts in Sierra Leone where they happen right now. So if you study peace and conflict as you career path, or that's your trade, you have a professorial degree in that, right? Because you say you do PhD in.
Well, now makes the person say not done it. So now make it left the peace. The peace party not be done it, but the conflict party master.
Okay, so basically, he had a professorial degree on
in conflict. In conflict escalation.
You confuse me, man. Okay, in conflict escalation, but in totality, he studied peace and conflict resolution. And in lecturer, self-blaming in government, and he see them this kind thing they happen, and you never do nothing about it.
Well, lecturer are the first person we begin create trouble now in government.
Yeah, I know.
Tribal divide.
So the way how things are unfolding right now, I'm not saying it's a prediction. I need to have a look who predicts what situation will happen within Salone before the election. But I think we have an inevitable situation of chaos, right? Because if we still see the tension, they go against the flag bearer of the main or only opposition party in Sierra Leone, the way at which then they perpetrate all the amount of violence and amount of disadvantage over himself and the political party, is a remedy for chaos. How can you de-escalate a situation like this?
Well, again, you see, I pray that President Bill and members of in government go learn and understand, say, any form of chaos no go benefit them and benefit the 7.5 million people of Sierra Leone. The reason I say so is election they done, you still have a people to govern. Are you going to divide the country? Say at the shift and I also this time the one they be support me, now they no more they vote, now they no more they govern, and left the one they not be support me? Or do you want after you don't, you know, oppress them, people, you don't fet them, you don't violate all their rights them and deprive them of everything where they're supposed to forget, you still want them to listen to you? I pray it doesn't get to that stage. The only thing we may want to say, the military, police combined, and even the SLPP supporters, all of them combined, members of the government combined, and even if they get, you know, other militias, state-sponsored, you know, militias, them combined, then still not reach the population of the, you know, the Sierra Leonean. There is the Salon population. The Sierra Leoneans, them boku pass the one and they put together. Not now to say you have people in the police and military where not them family members then they suffer so. The military and police, not 100% people are there where they support government. They are working for government of Sierra Leone. But if thing camp and come, if thing camp and come, now mortal man them first, now Sierra Leoneans them first. They will protect their own family members first. Okay? And you don't know, it might be that last corporal. It might be the funny phone to buy person where you need to look at. It might even be your driver. Where sometimes it's in the border, where they pain. We've seen now other countries them, where they say, no, enough is enough. We saw what happened during AFRC term. Then we say they don't take over the whole country 9 months. Outside and sit down, they keep meeting. Inside, outside, and they keep meeting. And then cabinet meeting. Now, when I so gone. Now, they no more did it. Now, inside the news, they come out and can meet 98.1 at the time. Even before they done the meeting, 98.1 don't broadcast waiting in the top board. They were surprised. Who is the snitch here? They don't know. So now for just tell and say, even within a family, members within a household, their own family, there are people who are not satisfied with waiting they go on so. So this will not be in his favor. And if unfortunately they create problem in the country, people will die, people will be injured, but they will suffer more.
At the moment, I've seen an increase of outcry from the people of the Southeast, rampantly coming out now and saying things that is not in support of what they believe this current government is
not
doing.
What?
They are not in support of what they believe this current government or current administration is doing. What do you think about that uprising day from the Southeast?
You know, the opposition leader at parliament, now running mate to Dr. Samura Kamara, said something during one of the budgets in response to the president in budget, one of in budget maybe. He said, the economy will expose you. The dollar will expose you. Meaning, if you lie on people for long, then bread and butter will expose you. After you don't lie pan and done, then the next day, they're not get waiting for cook for their family. Then they feel the pinch directly. They not get clean water. Where a member of their family is sick, they're able to crank hospital, or somebody die because they not get 5,000 leons, and people will think this is a joke. 5,000 leons. Somebody they take 1 whole week, 1 month, you know, see 5,000 leons where all for himself. Say this is mine in Sierra Leone. And if you think it's a joke, travel a little bit more within Sierra Leone. I'm not just limiting it to Freetown, I say within Sierra Leone. Then you go understand, say, 5,000 leones, now like a millions to some people. That will expose them. So people, they feel the pinch. Families, they feel the pinch. Now then they begin to compare, say, what was it like before President Bio became president, and he promised us that he was going to do all these things. Our lives are going to be better. It will change for we, it will come make our APC not be able to do. APC, they don't thief all the country money, they don't cry and go other side. But they enable for all one of the thief man that we say, okay, now then this. You try them, they say this, they don't thief. Recently, all the cases that we did, they say. They appeal them from the commissions of inquiry. They were acquitted and discharged, right? Kelfala, Mara, Richard Conte, a few more other people that we don't come out. They were acquitted and discharged. Say all that claim about them don't thief, so money, where they be government, don't come out, say not true. So if you've been doing for target a particular person or certain group of people, if you don't acquit and discharge the wire, that means say all the other line of people are not guilty in the first place.
All right.
Yes. So this is exposing. So people in the Southeast, now two things. One, some people know they talk because they consider their own safety and security.
Yeah.
Their lives is at stake. So then rather than set their mouths, they not go vote, or then go serve food, then go vote for whether they want for vote for, they keep quiet. So they ask the other I vote for, whether if it's they vote for, and I SL people they vote for it. But they will be surprised when you go see people from Moyamba, from Bo. Now, sometimes even inside Kenema, where all this time they don't consider, say, now the stronghold of the SLPP, where not the ban, we then go surprise, we then go see the number of votes or the low votes where the SLPP go get or President will get compared to past elections.
Well,
so
people, go on, sorry.
No, I just said people are determined. Carry on.
Yeah, people are determined. But one thing where I believe, again, like you mentioned, the security apparatus for people's lives in those particular areas, they might refuse to likely vote APC, but I think they will refrain from voting. So the voting turnout, I think, will be extremely low in that area because the mandate at which people are prepared to vote is less compared to other places in Sierra Leone. And like you clearly say, people are very much concerned about their life. They don't want to take any risk. They don't want to be seen like betraying their own for the reason of saying, they vote for you. Because as of now, the only people that really make the noise about this current government, where they make all kinds to read, talk, defend, talk about their good deeds, are the ones that are directly benefiting from the government. Because like you clearly see, let's go back to maybe the suburbs. If the president, we don't make mention, say, one of his achievements in the health sector was to build an extra ultra modern hospital na Kenema, evidently would have been punished to say it's not true. If you don't say it bilam na kono, if it don't be not a true story. If you don't say the bilam na bo, if it don't be not a true story. So it's facts. And if you say the livelihood of Sierra Leoneans have improved within the past 5 years, the living conditions could determine that. If you say things are much better for Sierra Leoneans in his stronghold, for example, Kenema. Now, Kenema now highlights so earlier on say, then sees a 40-feet container of modern hospital beds for the Kenema government hospital by individual Sierra Leoneans put together for support. If Kenema was one of the leading beneficiary of this current government, everything related to Kenema should go free without taxation because they want to improve the lives of people in Kenema. So that is not what is happening. And there is a huge amount of Sierra Leonean community in the UK directly from Kenema. And those people are living testimonies of the amount of money they spend to Kenema every day, of the amount of influence that they have with their people living in Kenema because they're spending money on them left, right, and center. There are some facilities of people trying to do so much work in Kenema, but has been deprived or stopped just because they are not in line with this current government. So it is a lot. Now let's take another region, Kailong. Again, Jojoma, where they said this ultra-modern hospital is going to be built, there is no physical evidence of the hospital being built. But guess what? These people will not do nothing about it because they don't have any kind of reason why they should come out and complain, because they are small in number. For example, if they raise any concern about these stories not being true, they will be physically targeted.
And they know their household, they know their family members, they know their kids, all of those. Yeah.
So the rate at which people are skeptical about saying things publicly condemning this government is really a serious concern, because what we believe, people keep talking about the Kamajors, the Mende people like to fight, they go wage war, they go, but go back to history. How many people the Mendes have fought and won those wars against any indigenous tribe in Sierra Leone? None. All the fights were Mende man and non-fights now against themselves. Kailondo fought against Dawa, Mende to Mende. Dogbousu fought against Dogbousu, Pujong to Pujong. In Kamajor, fought against Kamajor, again, Pujong against Kailang and Kenema. So you tell me really which war were Miniman and non-fair? They're very good at fighting themselves. They're very good at killing each other, but they haven't actually had a fight across tribal lines in Sierra Leone. Because the Kisi Kaisamba, the Kono warrior that we fight na Kono, they fight against protecting the Kono land. They don't fight against Kono themselves, they fight together for protect the Kono land. The
so now I want to come out Kono waiting, Kono far.
So they fight against other people invading Kono district. Kono was the only town in Sierra Leone where the people go inside. So basically, the Timni land, the war they don't get all, now against invaders coming to
and protecting their land. By efforts to protect.
Yeah. So
smart, protect the kids, local kingdom.
Exactly.
Mani Suluku, they all.
Exactly. So the history of warriors in Sierra Leone protecting their land has nothing to do with the Mende people. So when would they talk about war and go fight, then go do it? They don't have that. They don't have that energy to fight across borderline. And to be honest to you, we've never seen that happen. So people should go back to history and look at the entire also we don't happen in history, for see how many people that don't wage war against other tribes in Sierra Leone. They haven't.
And T-boy, even the Sierra Leonean, when it comes to politics, okay, Sierra Leone, in the new democracy, the modern, well, I would say, Second Republic, as then they call them, when we get multi-party system, Sierra Leoneans voted because we wanted democracy. That's one. Two, in 2002, Sierra Leoneans, there was APC then, right? Mm-hmm. There was the APC party, but Sierra Leoneans gave a resounding mandate to President Kaba, may his soul rest in perfect peace, because then see that it demonstrates what he wants for do for Sierra Leone. Whether he achieved it all is another question, but he demonstrated that non-SLPP people who are core APC voted for President Kaba in 2002. He won landslide because this was a national mandate for say, okay, he didn't have enough time to do what he promised that he was going to do. His government was disrupted by a military coup. That was in 97, right? He came back in 1998. He finished his term. But then 2002 elections, he did not stop that we are not going to have an election because his term was disrupted. He carried on with an election peacefully, and he got the mandate and approval of the people of Sierra Leone. Overwhelmingly. APC been there. How many seats did APC got at the time? 20 seats or 22 seats in parliament, not more than 26. You know, let me extend it because I don't have the right figures here, but within that range, between 20 to 26 seats in parliament. SLPP won overwhelmingly. Okay? Why? Because President Kaba demonstrated that we are all Sierra Leoneans. Let we come together, we get war and all that kind of thing. Me, I know they look at some of the other rhetoric people they talk about. I look at things that we me see where I be the part of when I observe. I saw the effort. Are there things that were done wrongly? Definitely a lot. But people saw that he was seen to be a nationalist leader for Sierra Leoneans, not for SLPP. Then he became unpopular within the SLPP. They never forgave him.
Yeah.
Up to today. President Anes Kroma won in 2007. Not many people knew him. In 2012, he got a landslide victory because they saw what he demonstrated. The infrastructure, the this, the that. They say he was making an effort. Sierra Leone was not maybe booming, but you be the see. How many times at the time, apart from where you be don't go salon, where you be the thing say, and they go salon now, there is prospect here. I have nothing to do with the UK anymore. So many times, right?
Yeah.
Almost me and you, we agree, say, even if we go salon, we go tap McKinney or Bo, though we go the car walk na Freetown and drive, go back and go live out here.
A million times.
A million times. Why? Because we saw the roads were made. We see lights down the Canadian side, and we saw, say, Freetown on they become choke.
So you can still access Freetown in the space of 3-4 hours.
3-4 hours at most. Sometimes 2 hours you are in Freetown, you do your work, and then you go back na the outskirts. We not be even say Waterloo. We say we go tap na Bo or McKinney and drive come into Freetown, can walk and go back. We are ready to settle for that. Why? Because it opened them for people. You can't suppress people this way. All you hear is salon tranga, salon difficult, salon this, salon that. You know, now when you want for go salon, what did people do? Tibor?
Then they ask you for semi man what they can do.
What they can do? Then they beg you know so.
Yeah, they beg you semi man come here.
Now they waiting them, they do them. They ask you, Tibor, stay the camp. Everyone have for come out, don't miss you.
Yeah.
But now people.
If you say one go Freetown, they tell you, "Be semi man, you man not man." And then can you imagine? People that will depend on you are telling you not to come.
Yeah, not to go. That's the sad part. But when they talk this, people don't understand. They just feel say this is just about politics. It pains. I can sit here and do my work. Tibor can sit wherever he is, as he has done for the number of years that he's been out there. He doing his own thing. Them. He what you call him? He fetch for Hitler and food scoba. He go eat. He must send for 1 or 2 people where he care for in a salon. That is not life. Let us not tell we say, oh, una they suffer. Not to suffer or they suffer. We work hard for what we have.
Yeah.
If I do salon, I don't want a handout. I want to work. Just create the atmosphere, open the platform for people then. But now people they beg we not go salon. I talked to somebody we go salon yesterday actually. I asked her. Now we know I don't come out. It better enough for being come. I just smile at me out because now a particular person when you tell what situation is like, they don't understand.
Then they refuse to accept them.
Yes, so the person go, now we no more don't can out. This na problem no more. I'll just the dinner. If I get myself, I they change my ticket, I go back quick.
And many people say that all the time.
See.
So like Femi said the last time, the only few people that really go salon regularly right now, either they go for begging or they go for go something, go look at their investment, either in a house or something. But the majority of the people that bought flights to go salon right now are begging in the go back. Which is sad. Because again, when you look at what happens right now within the, I would say the traveling audience of Sierra Leone has dropped. First time you just ship na salon na 1 week, 2 weeks you don't reach. But don't go back to the normal situation where it'll take 4-6 weeks. If you want to make your shipment go to salon in 2 weeks' time, it'll cost you serious money. And the reason why now because there are low, the traffic don't drop.
And it costs them money wataki as well for go pull them.
Now that made the traffic drop because the cost is high. They don't put so many people out of business. Everybody was a shipper 4 years ago, 7-8 years ago. Everybody was
exactly.
shipper.
Yeah, people were to ship stuff. Yeah,
everybody was a shipper in Sierra Leone.
And then they beg you that tell me say, okay, even if you not get boku self, how much you get? Give me a report.
Everybody was a shipper in Sierra Leone, in the UK, because the thing is, there was so much to take back home. The taxation was not high. The container hiring was next to nothing. Because all this time now know for say container not there for hire. Even when they ship the container, where the container gets switched on, you need to spend beaucoup money for clear and more.
Because you get forget container money back.
Thank you.
Container way higher, they give you back the money
when you affordable. But the one way they take container for their own private purpose, then they take 40 feet container and flop out 20 feet goods, and then they ship the rest to other people there for private. So in the country, man,
when are the last time we see flyers say are the ship? You know, if you want to ship,
it don't drop to maybe 10% or 0 self. The only one they were able to maintain are the big scale ones, maybe the massive scale of import and exporting stuff from Freetown into Freetown. They're not able to maintain that right now. But the one that we don't begin go to that middle end of shippers, they are struggling. They do once every 6 weeks. And when you do once every 6 weeks, not all, the only reason is because they don't have goods and services, they don't have goods to take to Freetown. So they are limited to that 6 weeks for big people, get all the way they need for look for enough job lots so that the container will go empty.
And they know for say people and get for ship at all costs. So
at some specific time.
Yeah. We can make the timer now for Christmas, for Pre-Day and what you call independence.
They make them not just because it's sad say a lot of people that will do that don't cut off, they need to do that no more. So even private individuals were actually shipping stuff to Freetown. You get people now they say, me, I go take one container because I get what? I don't go buy half container worth of goods, right? I for pay shipper. I just take the container. And then I get out there, they can give me 100 pounds, 200 pounds, 300 pounds. Just for making the container not go empty for flopper no more.
People,
it's sad.
When the last time somebody call you from Freetown, hey, but Tibo outside the cabo, just come no more. I get you, now me they take care of where you come. If you not come, now me they host you. If you don't come to me, you they make plaba this time. When are the last time?
Yeah, you are saying, then they tell you say Tibo a big red no can. So if they're not telling you not for come, so just know so they're not able for host you, they're not able for drive you around, they're not able for make you feel like you are home. You are at home. So the possibilities are slim. The only people that will even tell yourself, say, come, I go look after you. You don't want to do that. You go say to them, no, before I can make you look after me, I didn't ask suffer because I will not feel comfortable and go live with you and the way how you live your life. No, I wouldn't do that. But then they would talk about so not everybody was living the life, but everybody was comfortable at some point.
They were happy.
So mango say, but can I hang out, man? Me man, we can go.
Man, let me get you. This trip here, so let me get you. Buy the ticket, no more late. Come everything else here, it's on me. How many times at the last time 2012 up to 20, well, before Ebola, T-boy. How much people that we been sabi we not get mind sit on Africa again when I'm McKinney, then they go walk other places, Lone Star. If you Africa, tell like we put salt and below, then they run for go back.
Even where we've been there Freetown, we were forced to go to McKinney at some point every other week.
Yeah.
Because you have all the mining organization or mining company in that area. And guess what? We will go Bo, Kenema, like inside the weekend, we will go Bo, Kenema, Kono, kind of Namakino, can Freetown.
Yeah.
They do like a tour. Sometimes they go Bo, come on, Bo, go Kenema, Bo, no go which Kono. Because if I say go to my village, from my village, Kono, they go.
Yeah.
So, okay, look, Kono, pass Kando, Namakini. We were doing that religiously like every other month. And we did Freetown for how many? Almost a year. Not even a thing for can you pass in the bag say, hey, I go again. They will ask what you not to Salobon.
Yeah.
You can't do that right now. You can't. And none of us will be shut up by luxury. We're working. After morning, we go work, we do work, we go in our office, we did it for the whole day, we do what we able to do, left, we go back. So they go to the beach, they go to the walk on the beach, they begin coffee, drink tea. People in the can't join we keep company, we work, we still at work, we still at work. So basically everything that we can do here, we have the opportunity to do it back in Sierra Leone. And people then begin to say, oh, but you don't want to do no more. If you want like I do anything for you, I can still do it for you. Not maybe physically, but I can still do everything for you online and get them done. And we practically we do that. But you can't afford to do that right now. You can't. So even me going back to Freetown right now, at the beginning, imagine, how am I going to survive? I live my life online. I work online. Will I be able to have a system that will run my own system? Will I be able to have the capacity of the internet that I have with my privilege that I have here?
Will viewership drop from Sierra Leone?
Yes.
Because of internet tariff, right?
Yeah. And they make it clear. They call women and say, man, right now, tariff on you.
Yeah.
So they have
cut them and put them as audio form and send them on WhatsApp for them. People want to listen, but the network is expensive.
And with viewership was coming from Freetown. That's where we have
60% of viewership now from Freetown.
And guess what? Not of Freetown. Don't say Salone because of Freetown.
Yeah, Salone, yeah.
Alone. Because we have viewership from the provincial towns from Bo, Kenema, Kailong.
Yeah.
Fujian. And these are places that you might think are the stronghold. Now, they didn't come up being.
Yeah. When are the last year in Costa Rica?
You don't say so.
Maybe they call we all, no? Maybe they call we all the.
Yeah, they do.
Posting a boy they call for.
Yes.
You know.
They can. Bo, Kenema, Kailong, Fujian. They call we constantly. They make up palava.
So the point is, not so we know they affect, not to the people in the northwest no more or western area. So the one they listen within at the southeast, they don't anymore. And not if you want to say now we no more, just not to we no more. Other things than the way now pro government social media platform, they will not listen to them because they don't have time.
Juma, can you imagine people in government are running a live feed? They don't even have up to 15 people watching. Daytime. Because we come up from the diaspora, we might not want to listen to the rhetorics of what is happening within the running government, because before they used to have time. And guess what? All those 500, 1,000 people watching are from Freetown, Sierra Leone.
Right.
Not from the diaspora. So basically, when the tariff go up in Salone, it cuts down all the capacity of the listeners and viewership the way they come up from Sierra Leone.
And that is one way for press freedom of information.
Of course, freedom of information.
Yeah, information. Yeah. Access
to it. We not forget access to the information there, so because it teach you a lesson. It make you listen. I spoke to somebody a couple of days ago, and guess what the person said to me? He said, T-boy, within the past 5 years, as a Sierra Leonean, what I have learned are all about 40-something years right now. I don't learn nothing like that in the past 45 years of me living as a person. I'm like, why? He said, the amount of messages them and lesson the in the learn from not just your program, but few more other programs than we do online where they talk about what in Salon stand for. He said, we don't get to know Salon now than we ever sabi Salon. What means sabi Salon? Because we go no more na free to come, will come back, we still sabi Salon. Now we realize say Salon not to just free to. Can you imagine some people that still been in this country when a Sierra Leonean not ever believe say there was such thing called First Lady? Because not ever Sabudan are the First Lady of Sierra Leone.
Because the First Lady minding business.
Thank you. They don't be ever know say Parliament they exist self now. Some people and they will then call minister of this, minister of that. They get to know all those things. So the amount of knowledge, the amount of power, of information, then in the courts from people in Sona Salon. Because some information in the way, something in the way they happen, na Salon. To be honest, sometimes if you're in Sierra Leone, you'll be blind to that. You not.
A lot of people don't know what is happening in Sierra Leone. They'll ask you, say, yeah, you manage no that the way they under not know this.
Thank you. So basically, that's a serious concern. So what is the freedom of information that every individual in Sierra Leone should have is what we find as a challenge. So if you're watching us, and if you've been watching us, you're watching Sierra Leone Media Live on YouTube and Facebook, and we talk about issues that really affect Sierra Leone, and we don't start today with the reviewing the caretaker, caretaker president of the Republic of Sierra Leone, Madabiu, in 5 years' time in office, and we also don't talk about the Dr. Samura alleged assassination, and now we talk about the PPRC report where states say them for ban political rallies. But we also don't talk about different things that we entail Sierra Leone as a community, as a country, and the people that really live in Sierra Leone and what's not the problem they will go through as a nation. Again, like I say, we come to election months fast approaching, and we're going to begin look at serious issues then. We'll begin analyze some of the things they will feel to say we need to talk about within our communities. Sierra Leone that we all own, so look not begin look at things we they ignore and feel to say yes, they happen to me, so I can move on. There are so many other concerns coming out from different parts of Sierra Leone where they bring the light of what in this current government don't do within the past 5 years, how benefits them, but they have been used as scapegoats, or they have been used as a template for say with the better people them, but then they buy the same rest, same price like anybody else in the country. Nothing has changed. So what has changed? There are a few people in way they or get access to powers, and then nobody enjoy the privilege of this current government. And it should not be like that. It's not about enjoying. Now, what you believe say the government can deliver for the people of Sierra Leone, then very important. Jumala, I'll go back to make you say your final word for today's program, and what do you think about what happened so far?
Right. As we do that, I just want for maybe read a tweet there, very interesting tweet from U.S. Embassy, Freetown, where you in the picture you see the ambassador, the U.S. ambassador to Sierra Leone, and few people that will look like non-Sierra Leoneans, and I see the electoral commissioner and some of the commissioners them from ECSL, including that will be make that big full statement attacking the British commissioner. Yeah. So this is the tweet that reads: professional staff members from the U.S. Senate Foreign Relations Committee are visiting Salon. This afternoon, we had a thorough discussion with the Electoral Commission Sierra Leone on the upcoming elections, which will be watched with great interest by Washington.
Well, emphasis of words.
Words. Thorough. Great interest by Washington. So this now for one, and show say, let people in Salon not give up. We know they say the international community are there for sort out the problem. But there are moral guarantors, whichever way you want to look at it, because they say Puchimanusa Imote. Yeah, they spend with government don't demonstrate and show say they don't gain the confidence of Britain and US with all the money that they give them. So now the same thing, when you take their money, you get for do it in and say, who pays the piper calls the tune. It's simple as that. So long not give up. As Sierra Leoneans, believe in yourself. If you think, say, your life is better off today, within these 5 years under President Bio in government, vote for him. But if you think, say, if you, in your heart of hearts, you can only do yourself justice, if you think, say, your life don't worse off, you know, under President Bio administration, then you have to vote for change. You're not voting for APC or Dr. Samura Kamara. Whether you're not SLPP post, whether not the Southeast today, whether you belong to a specific tribe or you belong to a specific family. No feel say you dey vote for Dr. Samura Kamara or APC. That means say you don't betray SLPP. You are voting for you. You can only do better for other people, including your kids, where you able for team up for yourself. So that's my word, because my election term this. We will continue for talk. As we say, the hard truth, Naya, some of the things that we'll say are uncomfortable. We are not apologetic at all, but we say it as it is, as our opinion. If you believe otherwise, so be it. So we thank you all, both on Facebook and YouTube. And like T-Boy said, we'll continue to analyze the 5-year term of President Bio, now a caretaker government and a caretaker president until June 24, 2023. We'll see you again soon. Over to you, T-Boy.
Thank you very much, Juma, for that short message of saying thank you to everybody with the watch me on Facebook and YouTube. And like Juma said, we'll continue discussion here and try for analyze the president in 5 years term in office, as currently he is now the caretaker president for the Republic of Sierra Leone, which means Sierra Leone is practically governed by the third arm of government, which is the judiciary and the constitution, which possibly haven't been upheld within the past couple of years. But we'll see how best the judiciary is able to maintain the rule of law in our salon and make sure say everybody abide to the rules and regulation of what in the country govern colleagues Sierra Leoneans can do. So I want to thank you very much to viewers on Facebook and YouTube, and thank you for all your contribution. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend to all the chats that will be up on our Facebook and YouTube, but I did respond to one or two, and I want to say thank you to now once more for our contribution towards the program for tonight. And definitely we might be coming up with other programs within the next couple of days. Easter is fast approaching. We have Ramadan. So we are closely thinking of maybe coming up with impromptu programs within the Ramadan and for talk about the Easter as well. So we'll look at a program maybe likely weekends or Fridays or anytime soon. So continue for like with Facebook page and continue for subscribe to the YouTube channel so that you could get notification at any given time when we come up on any live program. So I want to say thank you to now once more, and thank you for all your contribution. And don't forget to follow us and join me again anytime soon. From myself and on behalf of the Sierra Leone media team, I want to say good night to now all and have a brilliant weekend. And we are fast approaching Easter. If you're a Muslim, continue for fast. If not Christian, have a wonderful Easter break. We might be coming here with any Easter program, but we'll make una know. So good night and drive safe and be safe at home. Bye-bye.
Yes, this na term for all Salon people and then party them. Sierra Leone Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like salon discussion, meets the ministers, the president's hour and the Gladi program. Look me, I look you. All this they start soon na www.serragmedia.org. Now who's term these? Somebody